Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the ECPD by the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects, which will be conducted on the theme Inclusive City, How Social Justice Can Be Brought to Production Space in the City. This topic will be addressed by a diverse group of professionals who are experts in the fields of sociology, economy, and architecture, and will compare today's topic against themes of socioeconomy, geopolitics, and spatial or urban development. Today's session will include a set of presentations which will be available for the SLI membership to view online. After allowing sufficient time to view these segments and to digest the content, we would conduct a live discussion over the Zoom platform. This would contain a Q&A session where the audience from home could interact with the speakers in a live discussion. The date for this live webinar will be notified in due course. The SLIA would like to extend their warmest appreciation towards planner Mr. K.D. Fernando for his valuable contribution to initiate this CPD. It is with much gratitude that we acknowledge the continued contributions from Mr. K.D. Fernando, who is not only a town planner with much passion for physical planning, but a teacher as well as a true friend of the architectural fraternity. Our moderator for this session is architect Upendra Randenia, the principal architect at Design Qs and current chairman of the Professional Affairs Board at Sri Lanka Institute of Architects. Architect Randenia will do a brief preamble to the CPD before the introduction.
I bow one to all of you. Since I'm the chairman of the Professional Affairs Board and also the author of the text that you got along with the topic, I think it's my duty to explain how we intend to have the first CPD of SLIA, as well as do some explanation about the topic in hand. The topic is inclusive city, social justice, and the specific topic relates to how social justice can be brought to the production in the city, space in the city. One could argue the two words, inclusive and production of space, are almost at two ends of the opposite poles, and that they have very little relationship. Almost one could argue that it's a good example of an oxymoron. The oxymoron is a word that explains, for example, something like silent screen, old news, minor crisis, plastic silverware, and working vacation. Now today, the working vacation is a real affair because of this COVID-19, and we are all working while on vacation, almost. So how do you make sense out of these two words is the essence of this webinar. We have brought in experts on different fields from economy, planning, architecture, urban design, and all the other related fields to talk on this topic and see how these two words basically interact, almost contradicting each other, and our role as architects in this endeavor. Next. So one could boil down the architect's relationship in the relationship between the two words of inclusive and production of space. You can bring it down to speculation and imagination. The definition of speculation basically means that there is an element of prediction, whereas imagination, on the other hand, is basically to come up with informed guesses, so that they're on the two ends, one which is on the opposite side. So architect is basically playing this game between speculation and imagination, and that's what we bring to the table among many consultants and experts that come into the field of uh, building and production of space. The best person who spoke about this topic is David Harvey. He talks of the architect being an insurgent in this process as well as being the activator. Now, David Harvey was very much influenced by Henry Lefebvre, who's a theorist, economist, very much influenced by Karl Marx. So the relevant information we sent out with the webinar had all these relevant little clips we have taken from the YouTube, and you can read about the how David Harvey's thinking has now come to the point where he specifically defines the role of the architect as a person who has the imagination and plays a pivotal role in bringing about social justice. And the role of the architect, he claims, almost like an insurgent, a person who interprets the client's brief and almost willingly allow uh, the concept of uh, role of the architect is becoming the person who brings about the social justice in terms of speculative architecture. Now, that thinking is somewhat challenged in the current scenario, simply because uh, architects are having a privileged role, but the role we play in terms of a percentage is very much less. So the chances of us doing that in terms of imagination and speculation, the work we have is very much less. And in terms of statistics, it might be proven that we probably have a role to play in terms of 2 to 3% of the construction that takes place in a particular country or a city. The work we are getting involved is down to a very small minority of clients would come to architects. So our role is kind of getting marginalized and very much little say we have in terms of development because we are at the wrong end of speculative development in the capital market. Mostly the projects are already decided and defined before it reach the architect. So how do we get over this situation is the next question. Well, it's quite simple because if we question as to when you act as an architect, when you design a house, how do we bring about change or social justice in a project like a house? If it is in an urban area or a reservation or whatever, then if the project get bigger, if a client comes and asks, what if you get a chance to design a neighborhood? Then you go to a higher level. What if there is a township? What if it's a city? What if it's a country? Now, how many architects, how many designers get involved? Maybe at the lower two, house and a neighborhood, but very rarely when it comes to a township, city, or a country, because architects don't sit on the table in this decision-making level. So our actual involvement is so much lesser in terms of being able to shift the balance towards uh, social equity, inclusiveness. So there is one way of looking at it, that is to say that, if you look at the concept in terms of a half full and half empty glass, you could argue that we are in a very good position because we can only do better because since we are involved in doing 1% of architects involvement, anything better in 2020, and if we can shift it in the next year, 5 years, 10 years or 15 years, that we have a bigger share, that we have achieved something because we are at such a low level at this moment of time. Okay. So the argument here is that we have to have a strategy to break into this market. And what we are called for is to create a spatial agency to convince the notion of right to the city. So we have to accept the fact that there has to be a policy where we bring in this dimension of thinking outside the box and create a new agency where we share the concept of working together with other experts, bringing about the proposition of speculation, almost as one speaker put it, almost like territorial jujutsu, where in the commercial world we convert speculative development and other development very silently, working towards bringing this concept of inclusiveness. Thank you.
Here to begin the introduction to the topic Inclusive Cities, how social justice can be brought to the production of space in the city, please welcome architect Dr. Senaka Dharmatilaka, Chairman of the Continuous Professional Development Committee and Chief Architect of Overseas Realty, Ceylon PLC.
Hi, a warm welcome to our first CPD session conducted on the Zoom platform. So this is the first of its kind, and I am very thankful for the staff of SLIA and especially Mr. Upendra Randhaniya for convening this session. So this name of this topic, Inclusive Cities, was mentioned many years ago by architect Mr. Viranjan Kurgurusuri. He suggested this as a probable theme for a national conference to be conducted that year. Well, I was very disappointed when that particular year when this topic was not adopted. But of course was delighted when architect Mr. Upendra Randhaniya himself suggested this as a theme for the CPD. However, I came to fully understand the meaning of urban inclusivity as a result of a conversation between my son and a teacher of mine. So immediately after the advanced level examination, my son, who had been involved with many college societies such as the Cinematographic Society, Heritage Society as well as Photographic Society, was exploring possibilities of forging a link between the skills that he acquired on these multiple societies. But of course it was presumably a strategy to get together once again with his old set of friends we call the usual suspects. But since he was seeking the possibility of engaging the subject areas of heritage and photography, I offered him the opportunity to be introduced and guided by a teacher of mine. This teacher of mine, who was the candidate for this task, was none other than architect Mr. Pali Vijayaratna, who wears the triple caps of architect, planner and conservator. So as my teacher literally described the rare insights on heritage to this enthusiastic youngster, I myself once again became a student. And in this process I learned that any exercise of urban conservation had to preserve intangible heritage as much as the tangible heritage that we value as architects. Architect Pali Vijayaratna explained how a significant part of this intangible heritage can be found in a group of people in the city who find their livelihood within the very urbanity that they dwell within. And as their lifestyles, the values, the behavior rituals are all closely related to the urban landscape that they inhabit, they were described as an urban community who became part and parcel of a unique urban culture. Further, since they worked, lived and played within the confines of the city, they were seen as a 24-hour urban citizenry who would be easily identified probably on a poor day or a public holiday. So this identification, as Mr. Pali Vijayaratna explained, happens in the absence of the mass commuter population who otherwise dominate our attention in terms of sights, sounds, etc. This, of course, this conversation culminated in a photographic expedition, and it will be the images that you will see throughout this presentation, which are captured by my son Gavin, which will appear as a backdrop to this warm-up session for the CPD. So what we will see is this journey to find this 24-hour urban community and what we saw there.
Sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me when and I never worry. Now that is a lie. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to believe that there's nobody out there. It's hard to believe that I'm all alone. At least I have her love. The city, she loves me. Lonely as I am, together we cry.
Yeah. We observe how this group of people comprise of a micro-informal sector with no structure, no networking or any organization, but merely through the human necessity for existence, they dwell upon the city. And they could be characterized by a common socio-economic categorization as individuals who live under low income levels, which is defined in terms of poverty, economic alienation, social marginalization, etc. And this brings us to the question, what is poverty and how is it manifested in society? Now, religions would have different theoretical frameworks to explain it. Is it a part of a great big plan which would test the spiritual resilience of a human being under trying circumstances? Or is it the karmic forces or the karmic energy we carry as spiritual luggage in this transmigration of souls in perpetual cycles of death and birth within this great web of life? Or go for a more secular explanation by the French sociologist or anthropologist Pierre Bourdieu, and he talks about the theory of habitus, right? And he explains this concept of habitus in which capital is defined as the currency which allows one to move up the social ladder. And he further explains this concept of capital in terms of categories such as social capital, cultural capital, financial capital, as well as symbolic capital, right? And economic capital, if you might say, is defined as the disposal or the command of a person of economic resources such as money, assets, property, etc. Social capital is defined as resources linked to a network of relationships of mutual acquaintance and recognition. And Bourdieu takes special care in defining cultural capital as a person's education that provides an advantage to achieve higher social status, sometimes at the disadvantage over the others. This cultural capital is further subdivided into sections such as embodied cultural capital, which is consciously acquired or passively inherited, such as the mannerisms of a person, how a person would behave and how he would be categorized in the socio-economic strata. Then you come to objectified cultural capital that relates to a person's property, of course, which can be exchanged for economic profit or could be retained for symbolic capital. And then he comes to institutionalized capital, which explains the person's institutional recognition, or in terms of the degrees he acquires, or especially the colleges in which he acquires his degrees, etc. and so on. Now these relate to his academic credentials as well as his credentials as a person who goes up the ladder in terms of the social stratification. So Bourdieu explains how the possession and usage of such categories or subcategories of capital in different combinations and permutation help to acquire higher social status and social power. And this configuration of various forms of capital which defines a person's habitus also helps to compete within social fields that individuals or groups construct. These could be either markets, academic disciplines, or music genres. Now, talking about music genres, these fields would create paradigms. How does hip hop music be looked at a different level than classical music? What makes classical music superior to hip hop music? Now these are paradigms which are created by these fields and the habitus of individualized personalities. And these fields of social positions could be also configured as social relation structures. This field is the place of social positions that is constituted by conflicts that occur when social groups endure to establish and define what is cultural capital. It is this struggle or this conflict happens within a given social space, and the groups that compete would have different abilities and prowess in terms of the habitus they accumulate, either to inheritance or acquisition, and it is not an equal playing field. So this conflict is seen in spatial terms by another French philosopher or social geographer, André Lefebvre. His name is pronounced differently, of course, being a French. And this guy observes how people of diverse backgrounds, classes and imaginations struggle over the shape of the city. Now we are looking at this class struggle in terms of spatial terms. Now this is interpreted as the struggle for the right to the city by disadvantaged social groups, which is more than the individual. Now let me tell you about this right to the city. The right to the city is something much more than the right for the individual to access urban resources or to live within city, but it involves the right to change themselves by changing the city. Now mind you, André Lefebvre borrows a lot from Karl Marx and Trotsky, of course, being a child of that period. Now Lefebvre, who advocates the theory on social production of space, believes in a three-part dialectic within all historic modes of producing space that comprise of perceived space, conceived space and lived space. Now Lefebvre, who advocates the theory in this three-part dialectic, he also prescribes the lived space, which is the space of imagination and everyday life, to have the power to reconfigure the perceived space, which comprises of popular meanings of meanings or actions attached to space that we perceive as the space, right? But also the other space is the dangerous one, the conceived space. He describes this conceived space as a space created by arrogant professionals and greedy capitalists. So we architects, planners, urban designers, etc., we might be categorized in his terms into these arrogant professionals who serve the purposes of these greedy capitalists. So Lefebvre argues urbanization as a site for surplus accumulation. So urbanism he looks at as a site for surplus accumulation, which makes it a key for the survival of capitalism. And he describes how urban space is fashioned by commerce, means of production, networks of exchange, flows of raw material as well as energy. So in this slide he observes urbanity as related to centrality, concentration and accumulation. And Lefebvre observes the city as a social resource which all of us deserve to have part of, or a privileged place upon which everything converges, which brings together diverse elements of society, which makes the city a device for the organizing of the society. Now, observing the city as a place where the rich and the poor, the powerful and the popular are in conflict over the usage of city space, he champions for the right to the city to be made available to all unprivileged social groups. Now, he proposes by opposing the city space being reduced to the value of economic exchange or to a market commodity. Now, opposing the city space being degraded to the value of economic exchange or being a market commodity, he advocates that city space is not to be seen in terms of exchange values, but it should be seen in terms of use values related to the usages of public activities and mass expression. Now, however, the struggle over the shape of the city, what chances do people that you see have in claiming their foothold in the city space? What chances do these people of these micro cultures have against the huge market forces that keep reshaping the city and producing and reproducing the same socio-economic structures? That is a question we will have to look at.
Somewhere you can tell me. He walks on, doesn't look back. He pretends he can't hear her. Starts to whistle as he crosses the street. Seems embarrassed to be there. Oh, think twice, 'cause it's another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice, 'cause it's another day for you and me in paradise.
Yes, looking at the phases that we saw, the intensity of urban growth around them and the strong market forces that drive this force, we may now turn our attention to David Harvey, an American social geographer who also borrows from Lefebvre. Harvey talks about planetary urbanization, where the urban processes are seen embedded in global processes. Borrowing from Lefebvre and his Marxist reading, Harvey also perceives that cities evolve as social and geographic centers related to concentration of surplus wealth. So cities are concentrations of surplus wealth in his readings. Now he observes urbanization as a class-centered process or a spatial fix in which the perpetual search for profit centers to create accumulation. Now let's look at how he describes this capitalist solution for a crisis which culminates in a mass urbanization. He describes the crisis of capitalism in the urban city as the overaccumulation of surplus wealth and the surplus labor. Now he explains urbanization as a process that depends on investments in infrastructure, industry and housing, etc. that is aimed to absorb the surplus capital and labor, which he calls the spatial fix. So when the city has a problem of overaccumulation of capital and labor, the capital and labor is absorbed into development of infrastructure. So this brings us to mind how General Eisenhower in USA did the highway system as a solution to overcome the recession. Now Harvey explains historically how the redesigning of Paris in 1940s helped to resolve the issues of unemployment and surplus capital by fixing the surplus capital into real estate. Now, by this investment on real estate and infrastructure, the aim is not to create cities for good urban living, but only for the expansion of capital at its compound rates of growth by creating spaces for investment for the upper classes. Now, Harvey observes how such capital transformations encourage suburbanization to be embraced by the middle class through increased linkages by road networks and railroads. The suburban home ownership is encouraged through credit institutions, and such credit structures would enable the bourgeoisie to strengthen their rule by the free flow of capital. So the middle class is seen as being caught in a debt trap. Now Harvey also observes how these spatial transformations, as what you saw in Paris, change the social spatial relationships by displacing the urban poor from the center. Now he views this displacement of the poor as a mass movement of urban gentrification. Now this displacement is often happens by dispossession, and this is seen by the disinvestment in the infrastructure of affordable housing areas, increased cost of living by the overinvestment in high income housing, increased property value and real rental structures that place the city center unaffordable for the lower income groups to reside in. Then paradigm-based maneuvers like criminalization of certain behavior patterns and cultural norms, criminalization of homelessness, and metaphorically the criminalization of poverty, etc. Now these are tactics by which the gentrification happens, and the poor populations will be pushed off to the edges of the city. Now this displacement of the poor also results in their further exploitation by the long commutes. Now these long commutes have to happen because they have to move back and forth between their places of work in the city and their new habitats in the city fringe. This also plays havoc with their day-to-day life or the everyday life, where the cut down on their leisure time, the time for interaction and communal action, etc. is also hindered. But these long commutes also increase the cost of transport. The transportation cost also increases. Then also the structures of new rental in these properties, and also the structures of debt. Now this ensures the exploitation of this urban proletariat not only at the point of production but also at the point of capital realization. Now it is in this light that we will the plight of these children who are in these low income communities have to be looked at. There will be disinvestments in terms of their infrastructure, and how their education and healthcare would be invested in. And as the case in the West that Harvey points out, how will these inequalities that deepen be patched up, and how these aspects of education and healthcare of these children of the communities will be served. Now these are points of concern as we invest on communal developments, and whether these investments on especially these children, whether there will be severe disinvestments, while there will be always investments on the children of upper classes. Now what would be their urban future?
Out of the ruins, out from the wreckage, can't make the same mistake this time. We are the children, the last generation. We are the ones they left behind. And I wonder when we are ever gonna change. Living under the fear till nothing else remains.
So with these narratives of Lefebvre and Harvey, we hear how in the West, how these oligarchic political influences on the urban development, how they disenfranchise the urban citizens right to the city, and in the transformation of urban spaces. Now, however, we have witnessed in our comparative successes that we have achieved in controlling these current epidemic situations, which is in contrast to the Western approaches. And here we could see how our welfare state policies, as opposed to the laissez-faire policies of the neoliberalistic West, would have different results. And so similarly, we need to see how our focus, the scale and the proportion of our investment in state-sponsored affordable housing as a ray of hope, so to speak. So we discussed how Bourdieu explains the role played by capital in the struggle for the right to the city in terms of social capital, cultural capital and financial capital. But in contrast, how we may see, how we may remain optimistic in a civilization such as ours, in a civilization that believes in spiritual capital, people who believe in spiritual bank accounts, investing in spiritual bank accounts, etc., where we treat the needy, the helpless, as a moral obligation rather than a legal obligation. How the urban poor amidst the population that engages in making such deposits in spiritual bank accounts, how would they be treated? And we have seen this mass sentiments of our nation, which is rich with values of compassion, which we have demonstrated not only in the situations of crisis, of natural calamities, but also in the field of war, field of battle. And it is in this, in the midst of this mass scale real estate development in our city centers, how do we see or how do we remain hopeful that there will be innovative urban development policies will be formulated at a broader scale or at a macro scale, which would ensure the welfare of our underprivileged communities who populate our major cities? Where would they fit in our grand schemes, and how would the economic prosperity or the wealth we gain by this mass growth be trickled down to them, or how would they form part of this great big picture of us, of a great big future and a great big urban future? Thank you.
Look at all the lonely people. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in a church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window, wearing the face that she keeps in a jar by the door. Who is it for? All alone. For where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong?
Under the first subtopic of the main theme, Fundamentals of Production of Inclusive Urban Space, please welcome our first speaker, Dr. Vagisha Gunasekara, who is a senior lecturer at the Department of Social Studies at the Open University of Sri Lanka. She is also the executive director of the American Institute of Lankan Studies, Colombo. Dr. Vagisha will be presenting on the topic, a critical overview of the effects of urbanization in Sri Lanka, socio-political and economic paradigms.
Claims for social justice are not about political correctness or environmental awarenesses. A focus on social justice becomes even more important in the age of urban greening, where the challenge is to balance economy, society, and the environment. The first thing we must realize is that social injustices reflected in urban processes are a function of the current model of development and growth. The main reason why social justice is often an afterthought is because capitalist processes are built on social inequalities and, of course, environmental injustices. The crux of the issue lies in the economic model itself. But instead of making small but defining changes to the model or the system as we refer to it, we continue to do palliative treatments. The palliative approach has created policy silos, or we can call them turfs even, housing, transport, poverty, environmental issues, and the list continues. Each of these silos or turfs now have their own interest groups, their champions, identities, different political economies, and individual livelihoods, and they strive to preserve These silos have also been beautifully integrated into the economic engine. The example of green neoliberalism is a case in point. A green or sustainable economy does not automatically take care of social inequalities if what is sustained is the same urbanism driven by profits and inequalities, even though it's presented in a greener shade. What is needed is a broader approach to conceptualizing urbanization and policies and programs that reflect this integrated approach. When you hear the words urban space and social justice, what is the image that comes into your mind? Some would say slums. Others would say the Mitotamulla garbage mountain, traffic, congestion in public transport, gentrified areas, and the homeless. And of course, for most people, these mental images are of present-day Colombo. In many ways, these images and experiences are all entry points to making sense of urbanization and its friction with social justice. This friction manifests in housing, poverty, transport, and environmental issues. But often, the entry points become the only points, and we stop addressing urbanization once we think our entry points are rectified. This is particularly the case sometimes when policy focus and discourses shift to creating greener cities. The interest in balancing the three pillars of sustainability, the economy, the environment and society, has renewed interest after the COVID-19 pandemic in Sri Lanka and all over the world. Footage from various parts of the world during the lockdown showed how nature thrives when humans take a break from pillaging it in the name of growth and development. The air quality in almost all parts of the world has improved, and residents of Delhi can now see the mighty Himalayas after 41 years. This has got a lot of people energized in stepping out of the anthropocentric model of living. Among other things, it has renewed interest in making our cities greener. In such a context, it's very important to bring back social justice in front and center of urbanization and sustainability policies, practices, and discourses. Because there seems to be a misleading balance depicted in the rhetoric of the three pillars of sustainability. The economic pillar is often recognized as having greater bearing over social and environmental components. Despite the equal weightage given to each pillar and the interdependence of the three pillars, social and environmental concerns appear more easily trivialized and marginalized at the profit of economic growth. Increasing urban poverty and the growing gulf between the haves and the have-nots, irreversible environmental changes, continuous resource depletion, and constant degradation of natural environments all tell us that sustainability as an integrated approach remains almost like an unattainable ideological goal and a constant challenge. The focus on social justice then becomes very important to architects and urban planners, not only to notice the deficiencies in the green city model, but also to insist on the possibility and the necessity to bridge such gaps and hold the idea of sustainability to its professed goals. Social justice is a moral and political mental construction aimed at equal rights and collective solidarity, which promotes and enhances a just society and guarantees redistribution of wealth. Ensuring social justice contributes to economic welfare, dignity, freedom of speech, and social and political independence. Then there is spatial justice. Spatial justice tries to assess where one achieves justice and how this justice can be accomplished among three elements: people, resources, and space. In this sense, urban space is a factor impacting social inequalities, and space is something that reveals territorial impacts of urban policies. In other words, it can be a tool for policies and decisions. Some measures have a predominantly spatial dimension. This perspective opens up a different approach to thinking about interrelationships between urban spaces, social inequalities, and urban policies. For example, someone made the decision for Meetotamulla to become Colombo's principal dump site after the previously used Blumendal dump. Blumendal exploded and partially collapsed in 2009. Up to that point, waste had been dumped at Blumendal without any control since 1997 and caused severe environmental contamination and health hazards for hundreds of dwellers who lived next to the dump. They mobilized against the diverse impacts for years, but they were never heard. The situation was aggravated by an ongoing dispute over waste management between the municipality and private contractor, which, together with the bureaucracy and supposed bribery and intimidation, stopped any action by the residents. In 2009, the disaster was followed by fire outbreaks from the released methane, and the Supreme Court decision to close Blumendal for waste disposal after the residents successfully filed a fundamental rights case against the company's waste management practices. The authorities then had to find a new dumping ground, but the underlying problems remain unaddressed. That was when the dump moved to Meetotamulla. On the 14th of April 2017, part of this garbage mountain collapsed, and the stampede caused by this disaster took the lives of nearly 30 people. So this dump site now seems to have moved yet again. But then this example pushes us to ask the question, how have we become so irresponsible and even cruel that we have allowed our own people to die by being crushed by a garbage mountain, right? The moving garbage mountain from Blumendal to Meetotamulla, now somewhere else, carrying Colombo's waste, is quite illustrative of the tension between urbanization, social justice, and environmental protection. It clearly demonstrates that some parts of this society are left to die. This reminds me of the concept called bare life, which was advanced by an Italian philosopher called Giorgio Agamben. Agamben, in 1998, in a piece that he wrote, utilized this ancient concept of homo sacer to designate a category of people to be avoided whose segregation, imprisonment, poor health, and early death are largely unquestioned by the larger society. In contemporary societies, Agamben argues, the category of homo sacer is epitomized by someone who is at once both within and outside society, nakedly vulnerable to its power, but with no rights to protection and no defense or recourse other than physical resistance and struggle for survival that any animal in captivity would exercise. In other words, they are no better than any animal. The homo sacer occupies what they call a zone of indistinction. This is a term introduced by Daikin and Lauston in 2002. And this zone of indistinction, in this zone of indistinction, they're not recognized by political institutions as a constituency, but rather as a kind of a deficit or a problem to be dealt with, to be controlled, managed, or corrected. In other words, they're people who get rubbished. In the case of Colombo, this characterization should be made slightly differently. One cannot say that people belonging to the periphery of the city are completely excluded from political processes. They are an indispensable constituency during electoral campaigns, and political actors bank on their support to get elected. But it's not really in the interest of the political apparatus, which works along the lines of patronage politics, to take action to, say, address crime or control illicit political economies that have consumed these communities from underserved settlements. It's not in their interest to empower the communities so that they have a certain level of independence and autonomy. It's in the interest of the political actors to continue to keep them dependent on political patronage and other relationships that reinforce existing power hierarchies. This is why in our political culture, public service has become attending funerals, giving handouts, or getting menial government jobs to people from poor backgrounds. If social justice is to become more than rhetoric, we should address continuing marginalization that has long existed in cities. David Harvey, a Marxist scholar, says that cities have come up through geographical and social concentrations of a surplus product. What he's referring to is the processes of capitalism. Capital accumulation is constantly looking for new markets to produce and sell goods and services. In other words, urban areas belong to a category of space where we can observe how politics of capitalism play out. Therefore, urbanization is and has always been a class phenomenon, since surpluses are extracted from somewhere, from somebody, while the control over the disbursement typically lies in a few hands. What this means is that capitalism is built on social inequalities and environmental injustices, and cities are prime turfs on which this process unfolds. The sustainability of cities and the need to develop and foster an integrated, holistic vision for urban sustainability is generally promoted through a discourse of urgency. There are two parts to this urgency. One is that the world has become increasingly urbanized, with more than half the world's population already living in cities. The second is that cities are often seen as ecologically destructive and the antithesis of nature. But think about it. What is unnatural about Colombo? Whatever the ecological destruction we see here, what is happening here are harmful effects of urban sprawl and a direct outcome of the intensification of the capitalist processes, isn't it? As architects and urban planners, I'm sure you're familiar with urban sustainability and green urbanism. Before sustainability got naturalized into urban planning and policy in the 1990s globally, early ecological activists and various innovators believed that the environmental crisis was in fact a design crisis. They thought we got the design of cities wrong. Experimental architecture based on renewable energy sources as a way to slow down the rate of consuming the planet's natural and finite resources came out of this. The focus was on integrating cities with their physical environments in a better way. This process often emphasized protecting and restoring ecological processes and ecological design through various green city concepts. The green city or sustainable city, these concepts focused on solving problems by changing the city, not its people, not by changing society. This approach has had some successes in terms of greater energy efficiency and waste recycling. A number of best practices of urban sustainability have stemmed from these processes. For instance, greener transport, energy efficient buildings, waste production and management programs, sustainable procurement, eco-budgeting. These are some examples. And cities are celebrated as coming up with these benchmarks, such as, say, Stockholm, Copenhagen, San Francisco, and Curitiba in Brazil. These are some of these celebrated cities, and ranking the greenest city or cities has become almost like a sport or like a beauty pageant by ultra-neoliberal magazines like The Economist in collaboration with tech companies such as Siemens, Reuters Environmental Forum, and many others. The green city concept have introduced ecological consciousness related to energy consumption, green spaces, reuse and recycling, housing density, and levels of air and water pollution. The logic of these initiatives is that these programs will inspire policy changes elsewhere. Not a lot of concern, though, has gone into balancing green urbanism with equity or social justice issues. Greening has not challenged market forces. Now we have green neoliberalism, the convergence of market forces and environmentally friendly logic. This ranges from eco-friendly products to corporate eco-manifestos to government agendas producing green jobs and so forth. These initiatives have, of course, they have good intentions and they're very popular because they're doing the right thing to save the planet. But green neoliberalism is still neoliberalism, and it favors invasion of market processes in social and political life. I recently had a conversation with a CEO of a top garment manufacturer. We talked about their impressive green, eco-friendly green initiatives. But when I asked whether they have thought of apportioning some of that budget that goes towards sustainability practices towards increasing the pay scales of the workers, in other words, better pay for the workers, he was not very keen. Now, he said, well, that affects the bottom line, he said. What I'm trying to say here is that it's not enough to promote the recycling of plastic bottles in cities without questioning the privatization of water, for example. The so-called triple bottom line, allegedly reconciling profits, planet, and people, the triple bottom line, often sums up into reshaping environmental crisis to the market's ends. The main reason why social justice is often an afterthought is because capitalist processes are built on social inequalities. And of course, environmental injustices are also part and parcel of capitalist processes. When state and planning institutions claim to be concerned with equity, we need to pay careful attention to whether these concerns and initiatives are based on delivering equitable outcomes in the first place. Drawing on Henri Lefebvre's The Right to the City and observing the tension between the three pillars of sustainability, we need to think about a new centrality, a new urban society, a different urban mode of production, one that embodies social justice and ecological consciousness. Urban transitions motivated by green neoliberalism will only aggravate existing polarizations, because this kind of urban transition rides on the backs of people living in the periphery of the urban economy and living in the periphery of the urban society. A just transition will improve transportation for all and create new green jobs, but it will also give voice and agency to the people. This is not just about planning for the future. We have to factor in the past and the present social injustices and make an effort to rectify them. Urbanization should not be an excuse to disguise or ignore exploitative practices of the current economic model that drives it. As David Harvey states, we cannot resolve difficulties by pretending that they do not exist. Such an approach has been in practice for so long, in fact too long. The urban transition that we must work towards must not leave behind social justice. Balancing social justice and environmental protection with regards to urbanization must go hand in hand. And if we come up with a long-term formula to achieve this, the outcome, no doubt, will be revolutionary and transformative. Thank you.
Architect QS Professor Chitra Vedikara is a past president of SLIA and is also the Dean of the Colombo School of Construction Technology. Her expertise in building economics and current construction trends will be expanded further under her topic, Equity in Urban Growth and Building Economics.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Professor Chitra Vedikara, and I'm one of the panelists or presenters of this webinar on social justice. So my topic is on equity in urban growth and economics of building. So it's very important for us to talk about it in this time when there is corona, pandemic, and all kinds of hazards. Now, just to talk about equity in urban growth, what do you mean by equity in urban growth? Equity comes from the idea of moral equality, that people should be treated as equals. Equality refers to having the same status in aspects of life, including income. Equity refers to the distribution of opportunities. Equity means leveling the playing field so that everyone benefits from the urban advantage and the prosperity of cities. It is about the equal access to healthcare, education and public goods in a manner that is fair and just. The World Urban Forum 7 considered equity as one of the most appropriate responses to growing disparities in societies in and around the world. So urban equity, I'm talking about urban equity mainly because it's one of the most important aspects in today's developing world. Many scholars, institutions and development agencies agree on the importance of urban equity. Equity can be many forms. For equity, for many can be many forms. One, it can be justice, human rights. For the others, it should be distribution of wealth and social protection. The common denominator is that equity relates to fairness, and in order to achieve it, it requires leveling the playing field politically, socially, and economically in the local and the global arenas. The city of Medellin, the host of the 7th session of the World Urban Forum, endorses the idea that the notion of equity in development can be operationalized at urban level by the cities of life concept. I'll talk about the cities of life concept a little later because I have to talk about urban equity first and then I'll talk about it later. What is this concept of urban equity? The city of Medellin, host of the 7th session of the World Urban Forum, introduced an idea that equity in development can be operated at urban level by the Cities for Life concept. Cities for Life concept. Cities for Life concept focuses mainly on those who are in need, the poor and the marginalized. So we are talking about the poor and the marginalized, who are excluded from all opportunities and deprived from tools needed to transform their lives in the search of individual and collective well-being. Cities for Life bring new dimension to equity. Cities for Life brings fresh concept of governance, inspired by inclusive public policies, a new civic and political culture, democratization of the science and knowledge, entrepreneurship, and citizen empowerment and holistic management. So how to promote equity in cities? Spatial as architects, as urban designers. Spatial intervention to provide cultural facilities, public spaces, and improved mobility. That is all key aspects to materialize equities in cities and creating a cities for life. All these deliverables together can achieve major development outcomes such as equal opportunities, inclusion, quality of life, welfare, and enhanced citizenship. These outputs in an accumulated manner can help the achievement of broader vision of sustainable urban development. The other aspects are sustainable urban planning, laws and institutional framework for equality, development opportunities. There are some other strategies that can reshape growth and reorganize development. So equity in development is a very important concept in the current situation, in even nationally, internationally, or globally. Okay, what is the necessity of national physical policy planning to attain this urban equity? Governments seeking to carry out equity-oriented policies face a number of obstacles. You know that even in Sri Lanka, we face a number of obstacles. Firstly, the financing that is required. You know that every country needs finances to encourage urban equity or introduce urban equity. High levels of, and also they face a lot of obstacles in trying to do this. Government in many developing countries, where large portion of population is in rural and informal sector, sometimes is unable to reach and help these helpless groups. So there is some kind of a difficulty in accessing these people. The rural and informal sector have limited contact with formal sector. You know that formal sector and the informal sector has a limited contacts. And also they have limited contact with institutions, including the government, complicating the delivery of the government assistance. That is because of the red tape, for example, financial transfers. Similarly, a lack of administrative capacity also can obstruct distribution efforts. For example, tax evasion in countries like ours can create a difficult tax collection, so that the government cannot pay for these policies and this equity distribution because there is no finance. So as I said, finance is one of the major issues in developing countries for urban equity. While urban equity is a very important factor, you know, now even in United States, there is called the cancel culture. There has not been equity in their social framework. So there is a lot of problems in our countries and in other parts of the world on urban equity. Okay, why is the national physical planning necessary? Political constraints, low-income groups typically have less political power than other interest groups. They may hinder efforts to relocate spending towards the poor or redistribute lands or the assets. You know that in the cities, it's very difficult to put unaffordable housing or slums and things like that. People in the cities don't like that, so they might hinder that. Legal impediments may also prevent governments from taking measures to promote equity. So there are so many hazards to promote equity. For example, government rules on revenue sharing can limit the amount of resources a central government can allocate to these distribution policy. However much government makes policies, at the end of the day, it's the people who have to agree to the distributive policies. So governments also has problems about urban equity, however much they try to impose urban equity. So what is the policy of the national economic, what is the objectives of the national policies? One, the aim of the national income is to ensure constant growth, equitable distribution of resources. The objectives of the national income are to ensure that economic activities are carried out in such a way that the majority of people are benefited and the economic growth of the nation is ensured. And with the COVID pandemic, we have a problem in the economic growth. How are we going to kickstart our industry? So these are some of the things that we as architectural consultants, urban planners, urban designers, and the general public has to look into it and also discuss about it, how urban equity can be brought in a special case like the pandemic situation we're in. Economic objectives are what government wants to achieve and include stable prices, low inflation, steady and sustained economic growth, low employment or full employment. You know that a government would like employment to be high, but at the moment with the a special pandemic, quite a lot of people are trying to lay off people or do only 2 days a week, or there's so many restrictions at the moment. So urban equity is very difficult to be brought up in a situation like the pandemic. However, this is the right time to discuss this, because when we come out of all this pandemic situation, I hope the policies of the government as well as the people will help in the urban growth and urban equity for all people of Sri Lanka. So how to promote equity in cities? Special interventions to provide cultural facilities, public spaces, and improved mobility. Very important. Good infrastructure. That is all key aspects to materialize equity in cities and creating a city for life. All these deliverables together can achieve major development outcomes such as equal opportunities, inclusion, quality of life, welfare, and enhanced citizenship. These outputs in an accumulated manner can help in the achievement of the broader vision of sustainable development. We talk about sustainable development. What is sustainable development? In my opinion, it is urban equity. That means fair for everybody, whether you're rich, poor, the services, the education, everything, the culture should be accessible to everyone. So the other one is sustainable urban planning. As urban planners, we should design urban spaces properly to include culture, social, all these aspects. And also legal framework is very important for equality, right? And then development opportunities. Kickstart the industry by having development opportunity which may be created by the government or the public private sector. Then these are some of the strategies that can reshape growth and reorganize development. So, necessity of national fiscal planning policies. Firstly, it is important for government in many developing countries where large portion of population is in rural and informal sector, sometimes it is unable to reach the most helpless groups. The rural and informal sector have limited contact with formal sector institutions. Similarly, lack of administrative capacity can obstruct distribution efforts. For example, tax evasion is one of them. So the goals of economic policy. What are the goals of economic policy? Any government has economic policy. Stable markets, economic prosperity, business development, protecting employment. To achieve these goals, government use policy tools which are under the control of the government. The government has various tools. Tax is one, and many other aspects of tools that they can use to provide these facilities. So the National Development Plan and any national economy is built up of several sectors, broadly categorized as heavy industry, manufacture, agriculture, supply of services, tourism, etc. All generate wealth in some form and compete for resources in order to do so. The National Economic Development Plan analyzes the country's objectives and priorities in relation to all the above sectors in response to well-identified national days. We hope that Government of Sri Lanka also will identify construction sector as one of the important sectors, creating employment, creating opportunities. So it proposes and justifies an overall plan each with the role of the individual sectors are identified. I'm sorry about that. There was a little this thing. Okay, the National Plan of Sri Lanka. In developing countries, a national plan also meets the needs of the International Development Bank. You know that we have IMF, World Bank, ADB, various JICA, all kinds of banks and resource people and donor agencies to make loans or provide technical assistance to selected national projects with a clear understanding of the benefits and assured of the government's own wholehearted commitment. For example, we know that we have infrastructure projects, ports, and other funded projects. The national plan also enables these different organizations to avoid wasteful overlap and completion by coordinating their respective programs. So we need a national plan, a proper national plan to identify the needs of our country in terms of urban equity, in terms of development and implementing. So in terms of the National Physical Planning Policy and National Physical Plan of Sri Lanka, the National Physical Planning Policy and the National Physical Plan provides a broad framework to secure Sri Lanka's place in the global economy by promoting economic growth. So we must have economic growth, otherwise we cannot engage in global economy. It is a strategic document that outlines a vision for Sri Lanka for 2030. Its role to promote and regulate the integrated planning of economic, social, physical, and environmental aspects of the land in Sri Lanka. Another important function of the national policy plan is to bring the government stakeholders and the community together to discuss, review, and then make decisions to guide the future of the Sri Lanka's economy, environment, and communities. So it also promotes equality of opportunity and enables governments to adopt measures, sometimes to deregulate the economy, sets up strong and accountable institutions, sets welfare functioning and judicial system, reducing opportunities for corrupt practices, provide adequate access to health and education, formulate small medium entrepreneurial policy framework for SME sector for implementation. The government has given high priority to the development and strengthening of this SME sector to be efficient and competitive for its products and services to penetrate the national and the global markets. So, what are the importance of these small, large businesses and commencement of small to medium projects? They are important to kick off the industry. It is important to kick off the economic growth. Small to medium or large projects and business are essential elements in the development of any economy. We have to develop these people to develop our economy. It is up to the respective government organization to generate such projects. There is in the National Planning Department, I know there is a list of projects that have been identified with various timelines so that we can kickstart our industry and our economy. By generating projects also helps generate employment opportunities. Unemployment is one of the major concerns and it is almost spreading like a virus in various forms. These businesses and projects being vital in increasing the economy of the country, special consideration must be given to start such projects. So we as architects, engineers, urban planners, urban designers must look at new norms, new ways of promoting how to kickstart these new projects that we are having so that our economy can grow and also we can develop urban equity in our cities. However, these must adapt themselves to strategies formulated by the government for large projects, and they should go hand in hand so that there is no problem of doing these projects, whether it's large project or small project, so that we can increase our employment. So, what are the most necessary things? Timely decision making. Choose where to locate and how much housing to be built. Identification and number of ownership of city residents by the number of new building permits approved during the period. Monitor the undersupply of housing to come to satisfactory equilibrium. I know recently government of Sri Lanka has given 10,000 houses to be built for these disaster resilient agencies. So that is another way of bringing urban equity. The vicious cycle between ownership and urban growth generate tension. You know that people don't like affordable housing to come into cities, where they feel that their land prices will go down. But we must also make sure that this tension of common housing policy objectives of affordability for all and home ownership has some kind of equilibrium. Most city residents invest in housing because they expect their investments to be protected. But majority opposed to urban growth because state housing, low-cost housing tend to bring the value of the properties down. Therefore, they vote against growth because they have invested in local housing. Another aspect of decision making is that national policies and national policy planning is important to provide balance in development and identify what development projects are most suitable and where. It is estimated that more than 2/3 of the world's population lives in cities where their income is unequal. Urban inequality continues to increase in most countries, especially in the developing countries, such as ours not providing access to basic services, education, health, and among other services. Inequalities are present in urban spaces, and the urban spaces within cities divided by invisible borders that split the center from periphery, the high from the low, east from the west, and other physical divide that take the form of social, cultural, and economic exclusions. The new norm is to reduce inequality, differences in access to opportunities, income, consumption, location, and information and technology. All these must be available to our urban citizens, so that there is no inequality in the urban space. Conclusion. Urban equity in development is an important phenomenon. Unequal cities have difficulties to optimize, and therefore it will be difficult to achieve the concept of cities for life. In these unequal cities, the urban poor will have less chances of finding a job and occurrence of ill health. Public facilities are more overcrowded, badly managed, and poor in general exclude the socially and the culturally. The answer is equity in development. It is the concept framework that guides decision making to enhance lives in cities for all who live in, whether it is a poor or the rich. When equity is embedded in our urban development strategies, efficiency is enhanced, asset utilization becomes optimal, productivity improves, and social cohesion is strengthened. In order to carry out our policies, development agendas are important. That is, a relevant project's medium, small or large, has to be prioritized considering the urban growth and urban economics. It is important to take forward concepts that provide more holistic, equitable, balanced, and multicultural types of development according to the well-documented balanced national economic policy. Finally, as architects and urban planners, it is a responsibility of us as professionals in the built environment to bring about social justice in the designing of the space in the city, to bring urban equity by promoting the concept of cities for life. Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay. I have been asked to give a little summary of my presentation. My topic is equity in urban growth and economics of building. So equity is one of the most important aspects in any developing country or even in developed countries. That means equity for urban equity for all those people who live in the cities, whether you are rich or poor. And also there is something called City for Life that has been brought by the Seventh Urban Forum which I think is a fantastic concept, City for Life. So as far as we are concerned, as architects, engineers, conservators, we must look at this phenomenon of urban equity in development, and it is an important phenomenon. Unequal cities have difficulties to optimize, and therefore it is difficult for them to achieve this concept, cities for life. So we as architects, the answer is equity development. How do we go about equity development? Making sure that there is a framework, there is a national policy, and also policy has various projects that are useful to the urban people, right? And then making sure that architects, engineers, conservators, and urban designers, urban planners, that we as to promote urban equity and development of cities, and enhance this concept called city for life. Thank you.
Professor Willie Mendes is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Moratuwa, as well as the past President of the Engineering, Architecture and Surveying Section, Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science. Professor Mendes will be presenting on the topic, A Fresh Look at the Implementation Strategies.
I understand this is a CPD event for which my input is probably helpful to all of you who are listening to this. The suggested theme was that to discuss a geospatial approach for integrating physical planning with policy planning. I understand all of you are familiar with the National Physical Plan, which is a gazetted legal document which empowers the regulation and promotion of development activity in the spatial areas for which development is permitted and encouraged, and restricted in conservation areas and preservation areas, and of course areas that are suitable for production of agriculture, etc. So the land users will be primarily in the spatial approach, concentrating in the National Physical Plan for the spatial distribution of human settlements. We have about 21 million citizens in Sri Lanka who are resident in various parts of the country, and the idea is to make their habitation socially good, environmentally perfect, and of course economically satisfactory. Now the whole idea of the National Physical Plan is to integrate these internal elements into a productive approach for the economy of the whole country also to grow. Now, the policy planning approach in the Ministry of Finance and Planning and the government as a whole is to develop the connection between cabinet approved policies with the economic allocation of resources to create for projects that the cabinet has considered necessary for the economic development of Sri Lanka. It could lead to not only the growth of the economy, but also to create jobs, higher incomes, and a standard of living. Now, the two policy plans, the Ministry of Finance policy plan and the National Physical Plan, unless they're integrated, very little can be seen in the totality of what is called development. Now, the National Physical Plan, in its law, that is the Town and Country Planning Amendment Act, which provided the powers to the National Physical Planning Department to start initiating the preparation of the National Physical Plan. It has analyzed almost all the sectors of the economy over a long period of time and has spent many man hours of specialized input to create this national physical plan. And it has to be then approved at the subnational level. It has to be recommended and approved by the subnational level of provincial councils and local government authorities to say that the national physical plan proposals are also suitable for them. Thereafter, the national physical plan, which has been cleared by the provincial councils and the local authorities, that discussion is normally chaired by the chief secretary planning of the chief secretary of that particular provincial area for which the plan is being discussed. They are having cleared it in all 9 provinces, will then send it up to the National Physical Planning Council, which is made up of the entire cabinet of ministers and presided by His Excellency the President himself. They will then discuss the recommendations of the provincial physical plans and agree or disagree or amend and suggest to the National Physical Plan Department to prepare the final version. This was done. And now when it is approved by the National Physical Planning Council, it is then gazetted and becomes mandatory for all regulations that are and spatial locations that are identified to be followed by every other person and agency in this country. But the reality is it is hardly evident. Consequently, the policy planning people of the Ministry of Finance, when they start allocating resources that the cabinet has approved for projects, includes buildings and projects that are suitable for architects to be associated with. Ideally, if their input is also provided consistent with the National Physical Plan, so that the architects will know well ahead to plan their own practices as well as projects that are suitable, which they consider is important for development in the country. But this connection again is very weak, and therefore the Ministry of Finance, when they create these projects, seem to be having more the priority and dominance of the cabinet approval rather than the National Physical Plan consistency. It has improved undoubtedly for them to be aware that this is a legal document, the National Physical Plan. So there is some semblance of reference to the proposals in the National Physical Plan. But for whatever reason, political leadership or political concerns of areas over time, the situation in reality is slightly different. Then there is an undercurrent to this in that the policy planning proposals are implemented by the institutional system created for primarily administration of the country. We have the grammar sevakas at the grassroots level. Then we have the divisional secretaries. Then we have the district secretaries, and then we have undoubtedly the chief secretaries of the provinces, and we also have the permanent secretaries or secretaries of the ministries. Now, these personalities and these officials are expected to be aware of the proposals of the National Physical Plan. Whether it is in practice, one is not 100% confident of that. Consequently, their association with the National Physical Plan happens only when the agencies of physical planning, such as the Urban Development Authority or the National Physical Planning Department, gets involved in some issue of development activity that are happening in that area. Now, consequently, the administrative arrangements do not have the institutional arrangements of the parties I referred to, such as the Gram Sevakas, division secretaries, district secretaries, and chief secretaries of the provinces, and of course the secretaries of ministries. None of them at this moment are architects themselves or engineers themselves. Consequently, their training and orientation does not sort of make it imperative for their mindset to turn to the National Physical Plan consistent. Now, in this situation, one of the problems that need to be discussed in a CPD is why aren't the architects and engineers, for example, not aspiring to make a career in the development administration in this country? The issue is a little controversial because the options that are available for the professionals like architects and engineers are little more than administration, and therefore they are not trained in their mindset to think of administration. But that is one of the causes for the lack of integration of the policy plan with the National Physical Plan. Now, there is a kind of thought among the creation of the National Physical Plan that it is a 30-year perspective of the spatial development of this country. Unfortunately, the governments in power or those who make decisions for development activity are basically 5 or 6 year time span arrangement. Consequently, their interest in a 30-year development perspective is a little marginal. And it would have been ideal if the short-term consequences of a 30-year national physical plan in spatial terms was also activated by the town planners who created this national physical plan to make it a little more attractive for leadership of the cabinet to consider. Its absence is also reflected in the fact that while the policy planning agencies are really interested in the economic growth of the country, the physical plan, the town planners are not that way oriented to show. Now, the cabinet of ministers are naturally interested in the numbers situation of the economic growth, whether it's 5% or 10% per annum. And as a result, that is seen as the measurement to create incomes and jobs. Whereas the National Physical Plan does not refer to any economic growth. So there are some vocabulary gaps between the two entities of the National Physical Plan and the policy plan, which, if not discussed by architects and made a little more aware of that gap, the isolated concern of the National Physical Plan as a guideline for architectural development will be more futile than otherwise. Now, there are occasions that the National Physical Plan has been taken into account. There is no two words by some of the policy planning personalities who are a little more interested in it, but these are very few and far between. Now, one of the reasons, one of the issues that the CPD must discuss is how do we bridge this gap? How do we make the architects themselves more aware of the need to integrate, and how do we make the planners, town planners, more aware of how to integrate with policy plans, and how to make the policy planning people a little more articulate in terms of the national physical plan. Now, the advantages of this is very clear in the countries like Singapore or Korea or places where the spatial plan is definitely integrated with the policy planning approach, and the leadership of those countries, including the presidents or prime ministers, are very clear in their approach to this. Now, we are not in that framework at the moment, and it is timely that we discuss that among the professionals and create that awareness level to be a little more heightened in terms of doing that. I hope the CPD is a good forum for the young and middle professionals to discuss and get involved in the whole cycle of the. Now, in that, finally, I want to make one more observation. Development is defined in the Town and Country Planning Act as those that are involved in the subdivision of land, in the use of land, and in the change of use of buildings or its construction on the land. Now, all those are undoubtedly wealth creation decisions. Moment you construct a building and are subject to the clearance by the town planners in the various areas that are where it is being built. When you create a building or when you divide one piece of land into 10 pieces of land, you are really creating wealth. Number two, when you add the building to that land that has been cleared for building, the building itself is a value addition to that land. And if you want to change the use of the building or the land, it is for the purpose of creating more wealth on that particular building or land. Now, if this wealth creation were converted into economic growth, that is ideal. Now, that's the part that the policy planning personalities or institutions should have considered as vital, but it is not happening. So, CPD is a good forum to discuss this aspect, and I hope you will do so among yourself. All of that. Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
The theme for this event is to discuss the integrated geospatial approach for integrating national physical planning with policy planning, or the creation of the national physical plan with the policy plan. Both are expected to promote development or regulate development in a variety of ways. And the geospatial approach comes because the national physical plan will allocate the areas or locations and the spatial places for settlements, human settlements, who are then expected to live socially active, environmentally very concerned, and certainly where the economy has taken place. Now, the National Physical Plan therefore promotes some of the concepts such as Colombo and five major regions of five metropolitan regions being created in Sri Lanka for what is known as a little more concentrated settlements, human settlements to happen. While at the same time, it creates areas, particularly in the fragile locations of the hill country and some of the forest areas, as not permitted for some of these human settlements to take place. Now, its implementation of those proposals, however, require connections with the rest of the broader administrative institutions in this country. Now, this is another area that is a little weak between the implementation of the planners, physical town planners, and the typical administrators for the rest of the country. Now, our idea of this forum is to discuss these issues which can promote the policy plans and the national physical plans to integrate more effectively so that architects will benefit from the development activity that will come out of it. Thank you.
Presenting on the topic ensuring equitable urban growth in managing urbanization is architect Dr. Lochana Gunaratne, who is a past president of the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects and also a past president of the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The title of my presentation, as given to me, is Managing Urbanization for Equitable Urban Growth in the LMICs. The word equitable refers here to social justice, that is, fairness to all segments of the population. And the acronym LMICs refers to low and middle income countries, which is currently the more polite way of referring to third world countries. Now, to introduce this subject, population growth coupled with unplanned urbanization is recognized by knowledgeable scientists as being among the most serious global concerns. That is a statement made in 2012 by the highest body of scientists worldwide. The urbanization phenomena concerns the increased growth of urban population in relation to the growth of rural population in any particular country. Urbanization through rural-urban migration was associated with industrialization in 19th century Europe. And those countries did experience economic growth. So in the popular understanding of urbanization pertaining to low and middle income countries, LMICs, economic growth has come to be closely associated with urbanization. But the economic conditions that generated urbanization in the West are not necessarily the same as those causing urbanization in most LMICs today. These latter are all countries that had colonial economies imposed on them by some European country or other, whereas those European countries were never colonized. The colonial impact did cause urbanization in the LMICs, but whatever prosperity it generated was not equitable, in that it left much of the rural populations entrenched in poverty. Now, that happened in Sri Lanka as well. As the title indicates, this paper is concerned with managing the phenomenon of urbanization as experienced in the LMICs. It is also concerned with the relationship of urbanization to the issues of economic growth and also equity. Equity, as I mentioned earlier, is taken here to mean social justice and segments. Now I wish to discuss this matter a little bit further. There are those who believe that urbanization is always beneficial to the LMIC, in whatever form it takes. Their underlying assumption is that it happened in the West with resulting economic benefits, and therefore it should also happen in the LMICs as well, and will always be beneficial. But as already clarified, the conditions that caused urbanization in the LMICs are quite different to what took place in the West. This was even recognized by learned Western scholars many decades ago. A UN publication provides some valuable general conclusions for the Asia Pacific region. It proceeds to state that urban-rural inequalities is a major problem in the region, that is the Asian region, that these disparities have caused concern, that more attention should be paid in the region to rural development to achieve a more balanced growth spatially and between the rural and urban areas, and a more equitable distribution of the benefits of economic growth. Now, a very sound statistical study in India, and it has relevance here as well, concludes that urbanization is mainly a consequence of demographic explosion, that is natural growth, and poverty-induced rural-urban migration. That the basic features resulting from urbanization are seen to induce growth of the largest cities. That is important. Induces growth of the largest cities. That rapid urbanization leads to massive growth of slums in the larger cities with their inevitable dystopian conditions, that is terrible conditions. That urbanization occurs due more to rural push than urban pull. And that this interminable distress migration directed towards cities which already have inordinately large populations cause severe strains within them in the provision of urban services, resulting in diminishing the quality of life for all in those cities. There is also the special importance of public health concerns in city planning, and also the danger of the easy spread of epidemics in dense urban slums, which are also particularly relevant to urbanization and to us this present moment. So we may conclude that the main problems with unplanned urbanization is that it invariably happens through the neglect of rural development, and also that market forces drive it to impact on the largest cities. Rather than have rural migrants target the larger cities, the more manageable scenario for urbanization is where the migrants move to small and mid-sized towns first. For this, it is necessary not to allow market forces to drive this migratory movement to the large cities. Urbanization should be carefully planned and be directed to a network of small and medium-sized towns. Now, there have been many scholars who have seen the importance of developing small and mid-sized urban places rather than focusing all efforts on the large primate cities. The authors, now there are two famous authors who have written this publication. I'm not going to mention all these names here, basing their recommendations on reviews of over 100 empirical studies, 100 empirical studies across the LMICs, and a large number of national programs for small and mid-sized towns, state that, now these two authors state that programs for small and medium towns can be a crucial component in attaining social and economic, mind you, social and economic objectives such as increasing the population's reach by basic services, increasing and diversifying agricultural production, and increasing the influence of citizens living in subnational and sub-regional political and administrative units. These are economic and also equity objectives. So the main conclusion here is that the management of urbanization in the LMICs is best done by encouraging planned urbanization, which should be directed to small and mid-sized towns. This pattern of internal migration is referred to as decentralized urbanization. Now, as pointed out by one Indian scholar very recently, the declining government investment, I'm quoting, the declining government investment in infrastructure and basic amenities in these towns, now talking about small and mid-sized towns, over the years contributed to increasing socioeconomic disparities within the settlement structure. Now, this is true for Sri Lanka as well. So, it is necessary for there to be government investment in improving, especially social infrastructure. Social infrastructure means basically education and health facilities in our mid-sized towns. Also, even where small towns with some facilities do exist, another Indian scholar, again very recently, points to the incompetent urban governance and the paucity of well-managed social infrastructure, that is to say, not well-managed health facilities, not well-managed education facilities, which prevent the extension and services to their rural hinterlands. We too have these problems in Sri Lanka and they need to be dealt with. However, even assuming a committed approach to rural development, out-migration from the rural areas for non-farm occupations may continue. They can be encouraged to move to attractive opportunities in the small and mid-sized towns. It has to be noted that urban-based services in small and mid-sized towns not only require built infrastructure, but also that people with urban-type skills are available and resident. Now that should be obvious. I mean, we are talking about schools, hospitals, and also economic infrastructure. I mean, they need people to man those facilities, and they must be able to do so efficiently. As such skills are not readily available in rural regions of these LMICs, an urban settlement program to provide these skills from major urban areas to the small and medium towns is a clear need. It must thus be concluded that urbanization in the LMICs can be equitable and a phenomenon of great good for all, provided it is directed less to the larger cities than to the mid-sized urban places. This can be achieved through sound and focused urban planning. Now, in the light of the foregoing discussion, the key recommendations relating to the need for the intervention through national policies on urbanization in the LMICs are: 1. The promotion of planned urbanization as opposed to the reliance on market forces and or ad hoc planning. 2. The concurrent focus on agriculture and rural development to ensure that urbanization will be an equitable process. 3. The planned development of small towns with efficient urban governance to provide equitable access to social and economic infrastructure for their residents and also, importantly, for their respective rural hinterlands. 4. The planned development of medium-sized towns with efficient urban governance to function as ready target locations for rural migrants as alternatives to primary cities. 5, and the last, the need to recognize the serious health hazards that are inherent and hard to combat in dense ghettoized populations in large cities, especially in the context of a pandemic. These recommendations, if implemented, will surely help us in managing urbanization for equitable urban growth in the LMIC. Thank you for your patient hearing.
For our next speaker, kindly welcome Architect Professor Indrika Rajapaksha, who will be presenting on the topic Equity in Urban Health.
Welcome to the session on equity in urban health. This presentation conceptualizes the significance of urban health and explores a roadmap to integrate health and well-being in urban planning. Urbanization is the leading global trend in the 21st century as the world's population is growing and becoming increasingly urban. At present, 7 billion people, about 55% of the world's population, is living in cities, and this number will increase to 66% by 2050 with an estimated 9.5 billion urban population. Cities are complex and dynamic systems. These cities pose enormous challenges to planetary health, such as air, water, noise, and light pollution, increasing use of energy and related greenhouse gas emissions, soil degradation, biodiversity loss, and severe water stress. These implications impose drastic pressures on human health and well-being. Since future urban growth of the world will take place in developing cities, these cities portray a unique opportunity to protect and promote health and well-being. As the health of its citizens is a significant asset of any city, it's paramount important to integrate health in functions and structure of cities. Less prioritization of health and well-being in planning and designing of cities at present impose triple health burden on its inhabitants. These health burdens are communicable diseases such as infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, and violence and injuries. Living and working in unhealthy environment and environmental risks to health cause 12.6 million deaths every year and account for about 1/4 of global burden to disease. Air pollution alone causes 7 million deaths a year, and it is the top global risk to health. Around 91% of population are living in places where WHO air quality guidelines are not met, of which 98% of cities are in low-middle income countries. Physical inactivity, overweight, housing conditions, inequity, climatic breakdown such as heat-stressed megacities, noise, and mental health are other environment health risks of inhabitants in cities. Sustainable Development Agenda informs a clear roadmap for great cohesion between people and the planet, with benefits for health and health equity. Planning has a central role in prevention of diseases at 21st century by creating more sustainable and healthier environments. Placing health at the center of built environment planning will inevitably lead to better quality of life in cities. Challenges on sustainable development are concentrated in cities and closely linked to human health and well-being. Health in all policies and integration of health as the pulse of new urban agenda is a framework to move away from unsustainable, sectorial and siloed urban policy process. It's an approach to implement urban governance and planning as upstream determinants of health and health equity. Health and well-being for all at all ages and determinants of health are at the heart of United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030, and it comprises of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goal 3, which ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages, and Goal 11 represents make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. A synergy between Sustainable Development Goal 3 and 11 is an emergence of urban health to promote healthy human lives in cities, which functions to maintain human health. Urban policies can affect air we breathe, the quality of space in which we live, work, and play, the water we drink, and the way we move. Using a health lens in urban planning offers an opportunity to connect missing links that lead to adverse health outcomes and to address disparities in health equity. There are priority 9 areas for urban health and well-being, such as transport and mobility, land use planning and landscape design, food systems, energy, housing, clean water and waste management, workplaces, slum upgrading, and greening strategies. An urban territorial planning approach with a nexus between spatial factors of a city, such as resources, land use, urban form and design, transport and movement networks, green, blue, and public open spaces, with public health aspects such as protect from harm, promote health, provide services. Are essential to foster good livelihoods, build a productive workforce, create resilient and vibrant communities, enable mobility, promote social interactions, and also to protect vulnerable populations. Urban planning with health as an entry point and input places the goal of achieving health and health equity as outcome. So the healthy urban initiatives goes in 4 criteria by setting public spaces, movement corridors, green and blue spaces, amenities and estates. By outcome, increasing everyday physical activity, better air quality, increasing food security and healthier nutrition, reducing health inequalities, tackling the diabetes trend at city level, increasing locational access to health care. By principle, road danger reduction, social and environmental justice, life course strategies, healthy cities, and the related sectors, housing and health, local economy and health, transport and health, water and health, healthy food systems. Thank you.
For our next speaker under the subtopic Way Forward, please welcome architect Dr. Upendra Rajapaksha.
Welcome to the session Redefining Quality of Life, Urban Form, Climate and Energy. The problems we have is that situations where built environments are programmed, designed and constructed are not supporting for sustainable development at the moment. An incongruent people and environment relationship has become commonplace due to a misalignment of personal preferences of building owners, building users, or investors with environmental and social concerns. Most contemporary buildings and built environments pose extensive threats to the sustainable living at present. This is an issue to be discussed and addressed soon. Unfortunately, our buildings are not designed to withstand the future scenario. With recent pandemic and difficulties followed by, most of us have realized the importance of self-dependency for food, health, shelter and prosperity. The connectivity of activities and functions has contributed to congestion, health problems, social complications and energy issues. Thus, in the way forward for the next 100 years, we need to think differently and appropriately, particularly in respect to built environments. Therefore, we need to investigate a new currency to measure quality of life. The first step in moving towards the next 100 years demands us to redefine quality of life associated with buildings from a different perspective. A new currency of measuring quality of life is needed, recognizing that human social well-being and prosperity are interdependent of environmental concerns. Present currency of measuring quality of life is misleading, with fragmented approaches of satisfying isolated needs and indicators in various disciplines like natural environment, built environment, social aspects, infrastructure and services, and economic benefits with developers' willingness and their market appraisal, economist maximum profit, technologist efficiency, local planning regulations, and building users self-comfort, etc., etc. Simply, for example, willingness to luxurious living or buildings is motivated by various value orientations in terms of money and profits. But in the new definition of quality of life, it is important to understand that people with ecocentric attitudes for altruism and biospheric values are more likely to behave coherently for better quality of life for anyone now and generations to come. Building or built environments, therefore, in this new definition, with ecologically sustainable features or bioclimatic design, could be considered as future-oriented and new luxurious compared to that satisfy anthropocentric attitudes. Therefore, it creates a great challenge for policymakers, planners, building design professionals, and developers to determine the type of buildings and neighborhoods in the next 100 years. Therefore, built environment solutions demands a system thinking. As Professor Koen Stevens of Cambridge illustrates, System thinking characteristics of urban environments reveals a need for a design approach that crosses boundaries from social concerns to ecological, climatic, and environmental concerns. Bioclimatic design is considered to be an ideal future-oriented climate matching building design initiative in the system thinking. It is seen as an appropriate basis for human, climate, and environmental responsive design. This interaction involves the way buildings respond to social needs and then filters the negative effects of climate but engages with environment for user comfort and sustainability. System thinking characteristics of urban environments reveals a need for a design approach that crosses boundaries from social concerns to ecological, climatic, and environmental concerns. In the ecocentric approach, there is one holistic characteristics which recognizes that our world is a set of highly interconnected entities, both social, environmental, physical, and others. In ecocentric approach to planning, neighborhoods in the system thinking starts from building and other built environment design. Further, ecocentric approach to planning and design is therefore latitude specific because different latitudes have different climates and different contexts and therefore diverse. Each component can have a specific character in the holistic figure. Each entity can function independently in the holistic outcome. Each component has a specific identity, but within a holistic figure. At present, we have highly and physically interconnected but congested urban environments, and they are poorly connected from an ecocentric terms. But in the ecocentric system thinking, we need to have a proper action by looking at connected wholes rather than separate parts. Ecocentric approach is a prerequisite for the social justice in the urban built environments. And cities could be resilient to devastating situations if they are integrated with appropriate interventions like this at the early design stage. For example, of the many factors that need to be considered when designing buildings and cities, climate and effects of climate on built environments remain a catalyst in any situation. When the building and climate interplay is not healthy for maintaining a comfortable indoor environment, for example in the context of buildings, extensive use of engineered energy for operational needs becomes imperative and creates problems such as increase of energy production from non-renewable resources and associated carbon emissions contributing to increase of global warming and heat islands in outdoor environments. Therefore, ecocentric approach in the planning, urban design level should facilitate the system thinking for built environment as well. In the compact self-dependent cluster, or the concept of compact self-dependent clusters as a simplified rule, and in order to integrate eco-centric performance into the wider complex nature of design in built environments, the interventions need to be simple, accessible, and robust. As Professor Kuhn-Stiemers points out, it is a result and ideal solution for socially and environmentally sustainable urban design and planning. And they are considered to be mixed-use clusters with higher density, self-dependent and connected through digital and key vehicular roads, with natural habitat in between compact clusters and polycentric development. These mixed-use dense clusters promote social cohesiveness, easy accessibility, less time and less energy for transport, Further, people can more easily walk to transport. Reasons for self-dependent clusters include that people can be more dependent for food and energy from local resources and solar in case of an emergency. Natural habitat in between clusters promotes ecological well-being and reduces the development of heat islands, heat stress, etc. Polycentric development facilitates efficiency of mass transport, then adding new expansions and activities within a proper sustainable framework. These solutions can be derived from the studies and problems on the present complex situations around us. Studies could be helpful in deciding the maximum and minimum distance from home to work, school, leisure, or amenities. More comprehensive data-driven problematic situations can derive the size of each cluster, their character in terms of social and functional behavior, on-site energy capacity, the need for transport, connectivity, etc. These are some of the characteristics of the system thinking, which could be timeless and qualitative in respect to the state-of-the-art technology that the architect, the urban designer, or the planner can bring forward to the design. And therefore, this is not a challenge, but an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Architect Professor Lal Balasurya is a past president of the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects and is the current head of the City School of Architecture, Colombo Limited. His presentation will expand on the topic Urban Design Projects for Strategic Cities. Dependency of Cities in the Rural Sector by Architect Professor Lal Balasurya. Visualize cities like Colombo being isolated from the rest of the country and the rural areas, all routes and transport systems cut off and no supplies, or rural produce is brought to the city. We will need to depend on imported goods, produce, and food to exist. This is certainly not viable economically for a country like Sri Lanka. Therefore, it is imperative that our cities are dependent on the rural sector for our existence. It is the rural goods such as rice, vegetables, and other agricultural produce, and some industrial products that sustain those who live in cities and the economy of the country. We may import some products from foreign countries, but a majority of the daily necessities come from the rural sector. Therefore, one can safely say that there is a rural economy that supports the day-to-day existence of cities. Also, we know that cash crops and industries in the rural sector support the economy of the country. Agriculture accounts for approximately 21% of the gross domestic product, GDP. Cash crops, namely tea, rubber, and coconut, are largely grown on plantations. Rice is the principal food crop and the main livelihood for over 70% of Sri Lanka's rural population. The contribution of rural areas is significant in terms of supply of food to the growing population and provision of raw materials for industries. However, FAO states that although agriculture is the main occupation in rural areas, yields have been stagnating for decades. The agriculture sectors have not advanced at the required speed, magnitude, and value. Without going into more depth of economics due to the short time given for this presentation, we must come to the point and ask the question, what do cities like Colombo and other major cities give back to the rural sector, the towns and villages? The cities reap the benefits, collect the produce for their consumption or export. Value addition is done in the cities, but the rural towns, villages and the farmer who takes the risks and the other producers get a meager amount, usually controlled by the buyer and the middleman. If this is the prevailing economic scenario, what is the income for the local authorities of these towns and villages, which provide facilities and infrastructure to the producers, who in turn support the economy of the country through the cities? They have to depend on the handouts given by Colombo or loans from foreign funding organizations. There has to be a paradigm shift in the way we look at development economics of the rural sector before we call for urban development and urban design of the rural towns and villages. One suggestion is to start with value addition to rural produce at the point of origin so that rural people and the local authorities get a major share of income from their local produce. This process will also improve revenue of the local authorities and the quality of life for rural residents. The ideas here have been condensed to fit the time given for the presentation. A good development economic policy, which brings revenue to the local authorities of the rural sector, will be the catalyst to the national process of rural development in the future. Urban development will show under the market forces. This is a recommended priority for the state, especially to support the policy of self-sufficiency in food and agriculture for a sustainable future. Thank you. Architect Harshan De Silva is the current chairman of the Urban Development Authority. Please help me in welcoming him to present his topic, the UDA's point of view on the way forward, National Physical Planning Policy. A Fresh Look, UDA's Point of View on the National Physical Policy Plan by Architect Harshan De Silva, Chairman, Urban Development Authority. Our country is expected to step forward with fulfillment of the national requirements. Those have been identified through Saubhagya Dakma for the next 5 years. Hence, as professionals, it is our responsibility to assist in making this attempt a success. Most importantly, we need to work vigilantly to facilitate the proposed geospatial development in the country. In order to give a brief reintroduction as to what changes are expected to be made on real grounds, re-engineering townships has been a major concern since development should take place across the country with no disparities. The 4 multi-dimensional commercial cities to be set in Colombo, Hambantota, Jaffna and Trincomalee are recognized based on the availability of ports and airports. The national cities in Kandy, Anuradhapura, Gampaha, Ratnapura, Galle, Badulla, Mana, Batticaloa and Kurunegala have been identified based on their historical, social and economic value and interconnectedness with the sea zone that is to be created. Furthermore, cities such as Puttalam, Nigambo, Pothuil, Dambulla, Matara, Nuvareliya and Buttala will be developed as connecting cities to connect aforementioned prominent cities, and cluster cities will improve the livability of urban communities of conductive locations. Through this city formation, it is expected to create a C-shaped economic corridor system which will form vital market access points for local and foreign investors. Apart from these, when concern is given on the spatial changes, those to be taken place in the country's financial capital Colombo, it will act as the international commercial and financial hub with the expedition of stall development and fast-tracked legal and financial provisions. Moreover, a metro rail system will be developed to link the satellite cities in the Colombo district, including the port city. The light rail transit system will provide commuters a mixed choice of transport. The other initiative to introduce radial and circular road system, including sky bridges, vertical parking lots, and flyovers in key areas, will improve the overall infrastructure and maximize available space. On the other hand, it has been considered that Colombo should be enhanced with city beautification projects where urban forest, water gardens, and green belts on either side of highways improve to eliminate visible concrete hazards and make it more environmental friendly. As well as giving attention to form hierarchical cities and boost the financial hub, high priority is given on the transport network in the country. While improving the public transport services with introduction of green transport concept and park and ride system, canals and roads as well as the train transport services are to perform to cater actual community needs. The initiatives to be taken to improve ports and airports in Colombo, Katunayaka and Hambantota Matala shall make these locations free ports with local entrepreneurs and channel overseas investments attracting towards them. Another point to bring forward is the concern given on renewable energy, where wind and solar energy to be generated in Mana, Poonarain and Munaragala through the execution of public-private partnerships. Water resource management, on the other hand, is identified as another timely concern. Hence, storage and collection of rainwater, especially in water-scarce areas, and regulating accurate water recycling for all industrial and commercial construction are to come on lead during the coming years. Moreover, the need of a proactive disaster management system is also seen as a paramount. Providing a comfortable home for each family is seen as another major concern, as the living conditions and lifestyles of the urban poor can drastically uplift through adequate provision of the basic need of housing. Thus, measures are to be taken to provide housing under public-private partnership arrangements for those in need through easy payment plans based on their income level. Moreover, land to be provided at reasonable prices for housing construction companies in order to encourage investors to build reasonably priced apartments for middle-income earners. Another program is to be implemented island-wide to provide housing from housing schemes for displaced persons and those living in shanties. Attention is also given on introducing a multi-story housing complex scheme for those who require temporary accommodation at a reasonable rent. Through these actions, it is expected to ease the burden of almost every individual who cannot afford housing for quality living. The Urban Development Authority, as the apex planning and plan implementation body in the country, has proposed and commenced many development initiatives, those aligned with the ultimate vision of thriving, a well-developed country. The multimodal hub in Kottawa is one example that emphasizes how well an urban area could be developed through proper planning. Planning initiatives are also being taken to establish a multimodal hub in PETA. The proposals to initiate vertical parking in Narahempita, PETA, Battaramulla, Lower Chatham Street, Gold Centre, Alutkade and Maradana, and transit-oriented developments (TOD) in Paliyagoda, Fort, Ratmalana and Demutagoda are expected to transform the city significantly. Further, the Port City, Maritime City, Aero City and Admin City are to be carried out forward under the purview of the Urban Development Authority as for the expertise it holds in city planning. When we consider the logistics development that is to be taken place in Paliyagoda, it will definitely ease the traffic congestion in the city limits and assure efficient and effective circulation of goods and services. Through this, priority could be given to develop Colombo, the commercial capital, more systematically. On the other hand, the Urban Development Authority has initiated the cycle trail development from Battaramulla to Port City along canals with the intention of making the city more user-friendly and appealing. We are certain that this project will improve the canal system and limit illegal encroachments while enhancing the green-blue character. We have also taken measures to introduce the urban agriculture policy to make sure that the cities are self-sustained and eco-friendly. It should be noted that this envisioned spatial form cannot be achieved by institutions individually. Hence, it is crucial to get the fullest contribution and dedication of every expert in relevant sectors for this to be a success. As in my opinion, I see that town planners, infrastructure planners, urban designers, transport planners, as well as the Institute of Town Planners of Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka Association of Urban Designers could greatly help to set a neo-spatial development through the means of development plan preparation and other necessary plan amendments. On the other hand, architects and engineers, along with their institutes, Institute of Architects and Institute of Engineers of Sri Lanka, should also understand their responsibility towards making use of renewable energy, encouraging the green concept in construction, and being keen on developing disaster-resilient structures, which will ultimately result in sustainable development. Moreover, landscape architects from Institute of Landscape Architects of Sri Lanka and real estate professionals from Institute of Real Estate Management and Valuation have similar duties to contribute to this national task. In this way, we could step forward as one and make this country prosperous and a happy place for all citizens. Thank you. Architect Planner Conservator Pali Wijayaratna is the Managing Director of Environmental Planning Services Private Limited and will be sharing his views on the topic, the explanation of social impact assessment in urban regeneration schemes, a new vision for planning and evaluating options for city development.
Okay. Okay. Yes. All go. Right. Okay. Hi everybody. It is common knowledge that when we talk on development projects, we look for sustainability to justify our proposals. This applies to any development proposal, whether they deal with the physical plans for the country, province, region, or even a single site. In this context, the first priority is given to economics, prosperity, and since of late, the next in line is the environmental quality. However, there is a third and a fourth pillar that carry equal weightage as the first two. They are social equity and cultural heritage. The world has recognized the last two pillars to be as important as the economic prosperity and environmental quality in a country, and now called a social cultural assessment to be carried out to spell out these proposals that affect the community directly. When considering people, a total inclusiveness of the community has to be taken in. Unfortunately, this is not the practice in Sri Lanka. It is time that we as architects and planners take the lead role to design for the people, even though our paymasters would be a minute fraction of the community that we focus on in a socio-cultural analysis. This paper sets out to introduce the subject carrying out the socio-cultural assessments in our development projects, whether they are being sponsored by the state or the private sector. Our clients may not want it, but for self-satisfaction, it might be worthwhile for architects to get used to doing such an analysis. We, architects, urban designers and planners, as professionals deal with social sciences and hence have moral obligations to consider factors of social and cultural significance that affect the Sri Lankan community. This includes our families and us too when we look in the mirror with a different hat on. It is background that we have been brought up in, and that we want our children and their children to value and cherish. That is, unless we want them to grow up in an environment that is alien to us. Sri Lankan regulations and laws require certain projects to be subjected to environmental impact assessments, and some others even to archaeological impact assessments. However, no project is legally liable to be subjected to a socio-cultural assessment, even though this subject is mentioned briefly in an EIA report. But in other countries, both the environmental impact assessment and socio-cultural assessment are musts if development plans are to be recognized. This is to prove that these projects are sustainable in its broadest definition and is useful to the community. It is a pattern of resource use that aims to meet human needs whilst preserving the environment so that these needs can be met not only in the present but also for future generations. United Nations Brundtland Commission report of 1983 refers to sustainable development as what meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability for the future generations to meet their own needs. This was conceptually broken into three interdependent and mutually reinforcing pillars: economic prosperity, environmental quality, and social equity, before a project can be classified as sustainable. It is to be noted that green building as it stands at present is generally differentiated from sustainability because it prioritizes environmental sustainability over economic and social considerations. UNESCO's Declaration of the Cultural Diversity in 2001 added a fourth pillar to this argument by announcing that cultural diversity is as necessary for mankind as much as biodiversity is for nature. It is important to recognize the socio-cultural composition that recognizes yesterday's way of life and values today and transferring it for tomorrow. Moreover, they argue that it is a means of achieving a more satisfactory intellectual, emotional, moral and spiritual existence. In this vision, cultural diversity is the fourth pillar of sustainable development. International Finance Corporation, a sister organization of the World Bank Group, which is the largest global development institution that concentrates on the private sector in developing countries, has set out 8 performance criteria on environmental and social standards. And this was published in 2012. They are assessment and management of environmental and social risks and impacts, labor and working conditions, resource efficiency and pollution prevention, community health, safety and security, land acquisition and involuntary settlement, biodiversity, conservation and sustainable management of living natural resources, indigenous peoples, cultural heritage are the 8th criteria that was identified by IFC standards. Now, social cultural assessment embraces 3 concepts: social, cultural and a system. A society is a number of independent organisms of the same species. It is the way humans interact and relate to each other within the context of the environment and how this interaction is guided by value systems. Culture is the set of learner behaviors that are shared by the members of a society together with the materials, products of such behavior. This is further enhanced by what is known as the tangible and intangible cultural heritage. The assessment of tangible and intangible heritage is now an essential part of development and has become the standard practice internationally. This was recognized by UNESCO early, and the practice of carrying out archaeological or heritage impact assessments on developments within the close proximity to archaeology is now a must. Sri Lanka, this is applicable for development of sites within the 400-yard buffer zone of sites and buildings. I am pleased to say that Sri Lanka was one of the first countries to recognize the need for such conditions. The late Dr. Roland Silver, who initiated this concept by amending the Antiquities Ordinance suitably, even before UNESCO proposed the buffer zone concept global heritage site. At the UNESCO 1997 plenary sessions of the Intergovernmental Conference on Action Plan for Cultural Policies of Development, they identified 8 key principles. Based on these principles, they recommended 5 objectives to base the country's cultural policies. That is, broaden the scope of cultural policy and make it central component of a development policy. Make more resources available for cultural development. Foster cultural creativity as a cornerstone of suitable development. Recast policy and practice to conserve the heritage, foster creativity and promote cultural industries. Sustain cultural diversity in and for the formation of society. Cultural diversity includes not only the tangible and intangible culture, but also what is known as the popular culture related to human behavior. This brought about a focus into popular culture, in addition to the more commonly used terminology of tangible and intangible heritage. Popular culture is based on the taste of ordinary people rather than the educated elite, the assimilation of elements of popular culture into the fine arts. In some countries, wherever the environmental impact assessment is carried out, it is a must for the social cultural assessment too. In other countries, the latter becomes just a part of the EIA. In the post-city development, SCA was a minor section of the EIA. Later on, for the First time in Sri Lanka, the ministry requested a socio-cultural assessment to be carried out, but unfortunately, this has still not been gazetted or called for public inquiry as well the EMA. He testified in calling for a separate and detailed socio-cultural assessment to be carried out and its recommendations implemented, even if it is only to fulfill the aspirations of the developers as spelled out in their mission statement. The mission statement of the developers of the port city aims to develop the most livable city in South Asia, built on sustainable values, a healthy environment, with future-ready infrastructure to enhance living convenience, an exemplar city providing the highest quality of commercial, entertainment, medical, education and lifestyle opportunities. Catalyst for growth, a place that fuses the culture and energy of a nation with the international best practices. In this, I'm sure they meant the life and energy of the Sri Lankan nation. It is the inclusion of all groups of the community, including people who might otherwise be excluded or marginalized, such as those who have physical or mental disabilities, members of minority groups, and people of all walks of life, regardless of their economic or social status within the community. I believe that the UDA is currently setting up the guidelines and regulations for a detailed design of the port city. Thus, the socio-cultural study will be useful in their efforts to do justice to Sri Lanka and be able to call port city as a part of our country. It calls for the improvement in the living standards of the host community and within the legal framework and social guidelines of Sri Lanka when developing the port city. In addition, this calls for local specialist involvement alongside the foreign experts for the projects to successfully inject the culture and energy of the host nation. In this respect, the state agencies and the developers should work with respective professional institutes to arrive at a satisfactory compromise. The socio-cultural assessment of a project will look at not only the aspects of the project proposal, but also take an analytical approach on the infrastructure services that is proposed in the said development and their impact on the host community. In addition, it will look at the impact on the social and environmental backgrounds of the communities that would affect in areas that would be indirectly affected in such developments. For example, the social impact on the communities affected around the metal quarries affects us silting sand in such large quantities, and the social effects of transportation of these materials from far off sites to the location of the development should be considered in a development of this nature. The few pages of an analysis of heritage properties in and around the study area was all that was included as a socio-cultural assessment in the original EIA. As a result, the Governor's Bath and the ancient bunker built during the British period that was in the waters near Galbach Lighthouse was buried in the sand. The developers contacted only the Department of Archaeology on this, and since it did not qualify under the Antiquities Order, the key measurements were recorded and the sites were allowed to be buried. Listing of these monuments come under the UDA law, and hence these fines should have been referred to the rightful organization. Even now, it is not too late to exercise the powers of the UDA to excavate and conserve these monuments as a part of the historic zone of Colombo Fort. I strongly feel that a socio-cultural assessment was carried out on the projects such as Umawe, some of the highways built and to be built, Mattala Airport, and the major public and private sector development projects, they would have ended in a more friendly manner than what they are today. Drifting away slightly from this subject, but relevant to the topic, both Town and Country Planning Ordinance and the UDA regulations include the descriptive terminology and agendas on the preparation of the development plans that come within the purview of the National Physical Planning Department and the UDA. It is also understood and accepted that there is certain political influence in planning inputs in any country, but it should not be the end all. Political influence should not be brought about to bypass and introduce new interventions to a gazetted development plan. The development plan should outweigh the political needs as against the common community priorities. There should be an implementation and monitoring system of the development plans with stakeholders and local community participation. After all, as a nation, we boast of around 94% literacy levels. Hence, the people should be given the right to equal treatment to take up their roles in the community, social development, and this should be reflected in our development plans. Preparing or implementing or monitoring development plans is a multidisciplinary process, and hence the process should include such teams, and for its success the team shall be led by a team leader of the mainstream. For example, an engineer should lead the team that involves engineer-oriented projects. Spatial planning projects shall be led by a planner, whilst an urban design or building project shall have an architect leading the team. Town or city centre developments cannot be designed by town or spatial planners without any architects or urban designers in the team. Town or city that are of historic importance cannot be designed without the inputs of a conservation architect in attendance. Otherwise, it would be like using a square peg in a round hole, or as the signal equivalent goes, Ballagi Vade Bulwakara. Accidentally, for the project to be successfully implemented, they should have the following ingredients. Be people-centric rather than political-centric. Include specific ways and means of uplifting the living standards of the local communities and lesser privileged members of the public. Include the economics and the proposed development plans, a method statement of the plan implementation, monitoring process of the plan implementation and after, details of stakeholders, both public and private sector included, participation in the process at all stages, be firm in the monitoring process, and not allow the developers to flout the law and get away with nominal fines. The fines should exceed the profit margins they would get from total development as a means of discouragement. Discourage the professionals from aiding and abetting such antisocial activities of the developers. Introduce the submission of social impact assessment reports for all major development projects, including high-rise developments within built-up areas. Therefore, before granting approvals, alternately, the developer should be called upon to pay a percentage of the total project to the planning authority to carry out such an assessment. This is similar to the archaeological impact assessment that is being carried out by the Department of Archaeology. They levy 1% of the total cost of the project and appoint a team led by an archaeologist from outside to carry out the assessment report. In conclusion, may I take this opportunity, for the sake of sustainability and social justice, appeal to the planning authorities to reconsider the use of zoning as a tool in development controls of the future. Instead, I would like to direct your attention to the schemes adopted in Queensland, Australia. They introduced new development controls in such a way that they retain areas for agriculture and not continually subdivide and contain growth. They have introduced a new act with strict conditions in line with the philosophy of sustainability and good environmental practices. It protects biodiversity and conservation values more than it did earlier. It prohibits nothing as long as the development conforms to the set environmental guidelines and physical and social infrastructure requirements. In theory, they say that developers can even put a nuclear power plant in Port Douglas, which is a thickly populated area, provided they can prove that it does not create noise or environmental pollution. Let me conclude in appealing to the authorities to follow up your marvelous development plans with a monitoring and implementation program that is people-friendly. Seek cooperation from your friends and colleagues in the professions locally rather than run to the foreigners for advice. It is more cost-effective and sustainable because we know our country better than all the foreigners put together, and hence we are more qualified to implement the 4 pillars of sustainability and the World Bank guidelines. In addition, please do not treat some developers as more equal than others, that is being antisocial and also not being professional. I appeal to the professional institutes to start a dialogue with government and authorities on the ways and means of giving them a hand to develop the country. In a socially and economically or environmentally acceptable form. Help them to get the best of professional inputs without political or other favoritism, and open the doors to all members rather than a favored few. I appeal to fellow architects that unlike the other oaths you have taken on material ideas such as obligations to other colleagues or to your clients, your social responsibility should come from your heart. It is an obligation you have to not only the present generation but to the future ones too. In addition, they should prove to the country their concerns and commitment for all 4 pillars of sustainability as described in the Blood Commission report. Last but not the least, I appeal to the professions in this country that they practice the culture they are born to, and that is to respect the elders. Please practice this principle when interventions and new development proposals are being considered in historic areas. The neighborhood settings should be given priority over the other factors, even though development should, in effect, reflect the spirit of age and spiritual time. Meaning the thoughts, materials, values and styles shall reflect the 21st century, but the new infill developments should not depict the arrogance of modernism, overriding the historic importance of the setting. After all, while John Ruskin, the famous architect, philosopher, social thinker and art critic of the 19th century, wrote in his book, 7 Lamps of Architecture, that these old buildings and monuments belong partly to those who built them in the past and partly to the yet unborn future mankind. We are only caretakers and have no right to obliterate or vandalize them. Thank you.
Finally, under the last subtopic, Way Forward, architect Anura Ratnavibhushana, Honorary Fellow of the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects, will lend his expertise and ideals on the topic on conservation and development of pristine landscapes. Please have a look at the documentation submitted by architect Ratnavibhushana, which includes unique handwritten and sketched ideas to be expanded further on. Conservation and Development of Pristine Landscapes by architect Anura Ratnavibhushana, Honorary Member SLIA. To whom it may concern, Sri Lanka has countless major landscapes surrounding ancient irrigation tanks and beautiful reservoirs scattered throughout the dry and intermediate zones. Their tranquil vistas presently reflect only stupas and cultural ruins and the unspoiled aesthetic of wilderness. Thus, future investors and developers will be tempted to invest in land plots surrounding these priceless reservoir landscapes and vistas. If reasonable, lucid, binding regulations are not put into place urgently, there is the likelihood of developers spoiling these environments with multi-story structures that will ruin the scenic beauty. A preamble to regulations would emphasize the object and spirit would be to allow reasonable development while conserving the spiritual splendor and cultural legacy to future Lankans. The south coastline is already aesthetically ruined. This must not happen to our inland reservoir tank landscapes. The 1:500,000 scale survey map, main watershed and tank cascades, shows more than 100 major tanks. The 1:50,000 topo maps show thousands of smaller tanks, perhaps over 30,000, and most of them are potential tourist hotspots. Therefore, in fairness to potential developers and investors, urgent legal regulations or guidelines must be available to them before they purchase properties in these environments. The attached 5 sheets of diagrams, figures 1 to 5, are explorations with metrics and ideas for critical consideration by UDA experts and irrigation department engineers, senior officials, and forestry experts in formulating binding regulations urgently.
ඉස්මත්තේ දාගැබ සැදිලා දාගැබ ඉහලින් රන්තිරු පිපිලා වැව් පාමුල රන් දහදිය වැහැලා නෙතේයිමට නිල් කෙත්බින් නැගිලා වැව්තලයේ නොනැසෙන රැලි මාලා රිදීවනින් බැබලී මුමුණන්නේ ශ්‍රමයට අධිපති ගොවිකම් කරුවන් උදෙසා පබන්දින යශෝගීතයයි වැව් ඉස්මතේ දාගැබ සැදිලා දාගැබ ඉහලින් රන්තිරු පිපිලා වැව් පාමුල රන් දහදිය වැහැලා නෙතේ හිමට නිල් කෙත්බින් නැගිලා
These 3 sheets are taken from an article architect Anura was invited to contribute to an arty magazine called Artra, edition 2012 to 2019 anniversary October 2019, and some thoughts on planning for our future are highlighted. Artra poses the question, what is the scope of architecture in preserving art, culture and heritage? One would prefer to rephrase it as, is there scope for architecture in preserving art, culture and heritage in Sri Lanka's context? The answer is an emphatic yes. But to convince any modernist, client, project sponsor, developer, politician or administrator requires of them a deep appreciation, knowledge and conviction of a heritage going back over some 2,300 years. Initially, it was the introduction of Buddhist culture and its influence based on reverence for all life forms that generated ancient public works. Over time, a societal flexibility and openness to other cultures enabled our heritage to include Hindu, Islamic, Christian and many other interesting ingredients that we now consider our pluralistic Sri Lanka architecture and heritage. These traditions have bequeathed lessons applicable even today. Forces of consumerism, globalization, magnified and powered by the internet and media, make it bewildering to sort good from bad. Our general impatience and deficit of mindfulness make us only pay lip service to the lessons of a rich heritage. We recklessly sing hosannas for bailas to sustainability and progress, ignoring the overarching demands of a menacing climate catastrophe. This popular amnesia to ignore the imperative for an authentic response to climate change and resource depletion affecting all on Earth, including trees, plants, microorganisms, animals, and planetary ecosystems. By our avaricious actions, industrialized mankind has caused destabilizing stresses on Mother Earth, Gaia. The economic model followed by most countries has evolved from a belief that planet Earth can be exploited for open-ended growth and progress. There is also a common or arrogant belief that the consequent adverse effects on climate change with resource depletion can be scientifically techno-fixed to enable the status quo to be enjoyed. The world population is nearing 7 billion and demand for natural resources from the only home planet we have cannot satiate our unbridled greed without irreversible ecosystem destabilization. Several respected independent scientists and environmentalists now feel the tipping point has been reached. All we can do, they say, is to humbly reset our extravagantly consumerist lifestyles to one of bare necessity and simplicity that includes architecture, public structures, and built environments in reverence for God. Anyone unconvinced of the above will profit by reading books by Dr. James Lovelock, Uchita Dizoisa, scientist Bill McKibben, and Naomi Klein. Toby Hemingway and scientist Dr. Ranil Senanayake are enlightening on this as well. The New York Review of Books states, McKibben chides man for proving himself, if only by accident, to be God's rival, able to destroy creation. He adds that what we had done grips us with sadness, a sense of loss that is partly aesthetic, because we have marred a great, mad, profligate work of art, taken a hammer to the most perfectly proportioned of sculptures, a sensitive and provocative essay of alarm, kind of song for the wild, lament for its loss, and a plea for its restoration. Returning to the theme, how can architecture, arts, culture, and heritage cater to the challenges of climate change, one can pose a series of questions on why. Why in order to awaken us from our slumber? Only then may we see solutions. Number 1. Why don't we build 4 to 5 story walk-up level buildings and create a people-friendly scale in our cities? They consume less natural resources and energy to create spaces and places for people to live, work, and socialize. Do we really need egotistically inspired large footprint skyscrapers that consume large quantities of materials and energy equivalent to a gang rape of our environment? Number 2, why don't planning regulations encourage and incentivize suburban town centers to develop walk-up level buildings with small footprints, thus conserving property sizes for more greenery around them? After all, the 18th century towns of industrialized countries have delightful spaces and places that are people-friendly and hugely popular with tourists and locals. Number 3, building on stilts, leaving the soil and earth minimally disturbed, is another method of treading lightly on Gaia. In Sri Lanka, ancient and medieval examples such as the stilted Thampita Viharas yet exist in use. A book I authored, Creating Simplicity, illustrated chapters to show traditional concepts evolved on architecture in harmony with Gaia. It also illustrates new directions using modern and traditional methods. A ritualistic Bhumi Puja is still conducted prior agricultural work and construction of buildings by traditional communities in Sri Lanka. This puja is a tribute to Gaia, performed with reverence and humility. Number 4. Why not balance urban development with an urgent emphasis on rural development in order to preserve what is left of our commons, air, soil, and water? The conventional agribusiness could become stewards of our commons with their managerial, scientific, and marketing know-how for the greater benefit of farmers, provided they realize that Gaia cannot favor industrialized rape of our commons any longer. Number 5. Why don't we upgrade our extensive rail network in order to discourage migration to and land fragmentation of our overcrowded cities? Rail and bus-connected rural hubs incessantly planned to cater for the modern aspirations of rural folk will be healthier, happier places and even induce reverse migration from our stressful and polluted cities. In some advanced industrialized countries, youth are finding hope by migrating to the countryside and engaging in non-egocentric community agri-ventures as the state caters for attractive infrastructure in those rural hubs. Sensible architecture can support this emerging concept. Number 6. Danish architect Ulrik Plesner, who worked with Geoffrey Bawa in the 1960s, returned to Sri Lanka in the 1980s decade to plan the Mahavali project rural settlements. He had implemented new settlements based on a set of 8 principles that must be satisfied by a good, livable town. These are explained in his 2013 memoir book, In Situ. This valuable legacy is now ignored and neglected. Number 7. During the 1980s, the Housing Ministry also engaged in multiple pioneering housing projects in the suburbs. Some are very successful examples of good architecture and planning, showing lessons which cater to people's needs. Raddolugama, Piyagama and Mattegoda housing schemes come to mind. They form our recent heritage. Why are we ignoring these lessons and repeating ad hoc clusters of single-story houses scattered willy-nilly in the countryside? They lack cultural and aesthetic charm and place-making. Why not learn lessons bequeathed to us by the better examples of our recent heritage? Number 8. Master architect Geoffrey Bawa has intuitively followed a quiet simplicity, people-friendly scale and respect for natural landscapes in his body of work. In a rare essay about his approach, Bawa mentions that what remains of heritage buildings have met the essentials of life in Sri Lanka. He adds that although the past gives lessons, it does not give the whole answer to what must be done now. He limited his coastal hotel designs to not exceed the height of surrounding coconut trees. These hotels are much admired by tourists as they do not spoil the scenic coastline and landscape, which is our priceless asset. With the completion of Hotel Kandalama, Bawa demonstrated how even a 5 to 6 story modern building could be designed to occupy a forested environment quietly. Bawa innovated a structural exoskeleton, overgrown 20 years later with wild, diverse vegetation. Bawa has shown a robust new direction. Why don't developers try to learn from the legacy left by Bawa? Today, our coastline is beginning to be rudely scarred by multi-story hotels and condos, and the trend continues inland. The current development model, followed by affluent clients, encourages the destruction of the ecosystem of an accelerated pace while paying lip service to sustainability and lessons of heritage. Is this not ignorance? In urban megacity developments, why do we destroy our commons, air, soil, and water? Can we not avoid impervious hard paving following the extensive sand or gravel public outdoor spaces seen in heritage monasteries, Buddhist and Hindu temples, and church compounds? A colonial heritage bequeathed us numerous buildings with ventilated interiors, high ceilings, verandas, arcades, and minimal use of glass that are comfortable without energy-guzzling air conditioning. The UDA engaged in conserving these heritage jewels and precincts hidden away in Colombo some 7 years ago. The Dutch Hospital and Torrington Square complexes are 2 such splendid examples. At a residential scale, the Gallery Cafe, architect Baba's former office, run by a Lankan of exceptional artistic talent, is ventilated without air conditioning and is a huge success. With tourists and locals, these are only a few examples in scale and quality that could cater for a resource-depleted world. There are emerging architects all over the world, and in Sri Lanka who have decided to change direction from energy-intensive architecture. Al Jazeera TV channel has a documentary series titled Rebel Architecture that shows new sustainable ideas for a change of direction and scale. African architect Francis Kerr addresses sustainability challenges through community effort in what he terms radically simple architecture. Local architect Vijita Basnayaka, for more than 2 decades, has been exploring the reuse of salvage materials and other methods, turning his back on egocentric mega-consumerist architecture. There is scope in art, sculpture, dance, and music to powerfully communicate through positive social satire and lampooning the unbearable level of pollution, plastics, noise, garbage, misuse of digital devices, etc., that make urban life unbearable and unhealthy. A small group of young artists in 2017 exhibited a series of masks based on the theme Sanya, the traditional Tawil ceremonies performed to exorcise mental afflictions and obsessive psychotic behavior involving loss of contact with reality. Is it not our obsession in exploiting Gaia for a materialistic lifestyle, a form of affliction akin to a Sanya? As one writes down these thoughts in October 2019, the urgency for coping with the global climate change issue and resource depletion is not yet a priority, with an urgent emphasis in the public agenda of most nations, including ours. Only the sun's energy is relatively free. All other energy types and materials need to maintain the status quo have to be extracted from Gaia. Only one planet Earth exists, so there is no techno fix really. Probably only a change of lifestyle towards simplicity and selflessness in community efforts makes sense. In conclusion, as a strong advocate of sustainability, Uchita Dizoisa urges in a backdrop of mindfulness, Let the dialogues continue. Next, please welcome Vidyajyoti architect Ashley DeVos, Honorary Fellow, Sri Lanka Institute of Architects, to present under the given subtopic, Way Forward.
Thank you. An inclusive human city. It is the residents who created cities, and it was never a case of cities created by people. Cities were meant to cater to the requirements and aspirations of the people and leaders who occupied it, and were usually located at important nodal points of human activity on the macro landscape. Architecture is also a human creation. An inclusive city is one that values all people and their needs equally. It is one in which all residents, including the most marginalized of the poor, the workers, have a representative voice in governance, planning, and budgeting processes, and have access to sustainable livelihoods. Legal housing and affordable basic services such as water, sanitation, and an electrical supply is also most important. The basic colonial premise that the developing world is designated to become the factories for the production of value goods on the cheap that will enhance the quality of life in the developed world, that is the Western world, is a phenomenon supported and pushed by all international funding agencies. For more than 100 years, the skyscraper has been an object of fascination. Many Sri Lankan professionals have traveled abroad and seen the glass towers, have been excited and greatly influenced to introduce the same in Sri Lanka. Colombo is being systematically damaged by the arbitrary placement of high-rise structures, being usually in unplanned neighborhoods that have been allowed to spill over and spread all over the city, totally disregarding and eliminating the human element that is so important for a successful cohesiveness of a city. Arbitrary placement is based on a search for land availability and not to an urban plan. It is at its best urban speculation. 70 years after the British cities, through experience, declared that many of their high-rise housing developments are failed experiments. In the mid 2015s, instead of learning from others' mistakes, Sri Lanka commenced building high-rise structures even as projects suitable for slum rehabilitation. Many questions may be asked. How are these neighborhoods planned? How is the density determined? Are they based on social studies? Are the relocated people's point of view taken into account? Maybe not. Mostly created at the whim of a designer. Anyone living over the 5th floor in a high rise are not part of the earth anymore because they cannot see what is going on the ground, and the people on the ground can't see where you are. Meaningful contact is possible only on the first few floors in a multi-story building. What high rise does is it separates large numbers of people from the street, so we end up with a city that is detached from street life. We end up with a city that is based on enclaves and gated communities. The level of alienation and isolation has been proved to negatively impact health and even shorten people's lives. These conditions increase with the height of the building. To satisfy the economic needs for high density per land acre, which in itself is not likely to produce ill health, while restricting height and redistributing spaces in terraced human scale fashion, supporting social influence and relationship, is also possible. The construction industry is a powerful engine for fueling economic development. Tall buildings offer increased profits for the developers. However, the higher a building rises, the more expensive is the physical construction. Infrastructure input, even at a heavy cost to the neighbors, and the, periodic maintenance cost all keep increasing.
These high-rise structures are not people-friendly, as they have destroyed whole communities by inducing them to forfeit their lands they occupy, with it the inclusive quality of the city. These structures intensify class differences and generate gated communities of expatriates, both foreign and local, the super rich and the absentee landlords who contribute very little to the local economy. This short-sightedness has led to the promotion of a superclass and encouraged new developer-driven concepts to convert Colombo into a high-rise dead city. The need for high-rise buildings runs contrary to the inclusive concept of a human city. It is a political and bureaucratic inferiority complex that the people are forced to suffer. Others have done it, so Sri Lanka should do so as well. Thank you. I'll go on to my main presentation now. The city as an inclusive human space. There's very little research done in Sri Lanka on this subject. So I have had to use many thoughts and many articles written by various people to try to develop an idea of what this inclusive city really is. Professor Siri Hettige, in a recent article that was featured in the Daily Mirror on the 22nd June 2020, examines and questions the unprecedented globalization of economic production, consumption of goods and services, human mobility and communication. Unlike urbanization in the already industrialized Western countries, rapid urbanization in many developing countries has resulted in unprecedented rural-urban migration, leading to overcrowded megacities with a large poverty-stricken slum populations there. Professor Hettige further states, a large majority of people living in these cities are part of the informal economy that do not have decent jobs, income security, and social protection. Most of these people have no secure housing, clean water, and safe sanitary facilities. Unfortunately, excessive globalization made countries, particularly the larger cities, heavily dependent on global flows of goods and services, financial capital, labor, tourists, and cultural products for their sustenance. This is the globalization referred to by Henry Kissinger when he defined globalization as the Americanization of the world, a world based on ultra consumerism and in American style. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka has been spared this type of migration due to good education and health services in the rural areas and comparatively short travel distances involved. But we are led by blinkers based on concepts woven tightly in the Western world and introduced sugar-coated by the Bretton Woods twins to blindly follow the West in their theory of urbanization. The theory of ridding poverty is written by people who have not missed a meal on a single day in their lives. This blind application of a theory is a choice that requires urgent rethought. Rhonda Douglas confirms and defines an inclusive city is one that values all people and their needs equally. It is one in which all residents, including the most marginalized of the poor, the workers, have a representative voice in governance, planning, and budgeting processes, and have access to sustainable livelihoods, legal housing, and affordable basic services such as water, sanitation, and electricity supply. The needs and demands of urban informal workers are not extravagant. Some home-based workers require, above all else, low-cost, safe housing and zoning regulations that value their work by allowing commercial activities in residential areas. Affordable and reliable basic services, especially water, sanitation, and electricity, are essential. Interestingly, slum dwellers often pay more for these services per unit than middle-class consumers and formal factory operations. The topic, the inclusive city as a human space, will be discussed under 4 headings. 1, the city. 2, the high-rise structure, questioning if it is a political ego trip, a real requirement, or evidence of an inferiority complex. 3, the copycat approach to urban design and development. And 4, the essential urban public space, essential for human interaction. 1, the city. At this junction, it is also important to understand what a city is. Historically, it was a collection of people. It is the residents who created cities, and it was never a case of cities creating people. Cities are meant to cater to the requirements and aspirations of the people and leaders who occupied it, and were usually located at important nodal points of human activity on the macro landscape. Those in isolated locations were even fortified from attack. Sri Lanka, being an island, security of the island needs to take a different form and cannot be discussed under this topic. There are contemporary examples like Chandigarh, Brasilia, and a couple of other cities that enjoyed a long gestation period of over 50 years, a whole generation of human experience to become something tangible. Singapore, during a 50-year period of dictatorship, created a new human clone, disciplined, educated, focused, and programmed to live and work in a sterile new Singapore. Unfortunately, the human clone that was created does not even smile. It is though the fun of living has been extricated. Having realized this in Singapore today, considerable funding is going into introducing this important element, the fun of life, to reintroduce the fun of living back into the city life. The very concept of building and even creating architecture is to do with people, a concept that has been elucidated previously in our writings. There cannot be any architecture or any building without people. From the simplest cave shelter used as early dwellings to anything created in the open has to do with people, their lives, hopes, and aspirations. People and the holistic communities they form within the city is and has always been the lifeblood of the city, as it enjoyed and shared the quality of life. If you take these vibrant communities out, you're creating dead cities with unwanted additions and later unrelated appendages. The city eventually ends up so different that it influences and changes the behavioral patterns of the people who live in it. The spaces formed are usually prone to insecurity, uncertainty, and even violence. In fact, all the discussions and theories for megacities were developed mostly in the West during an era of cheap oil. Experiments valid for the developed world were encouraged and promoted by the Bretton Woods twins as copycat solutions for the developing world. They encouraged and promoted urbanization to conceptualize and convert the human spaces into amorphous forms, ultimately into large monstrous megacities with its inherent problems, which is but a subtle move towards mass industrialization. The creation of these megacities is but a colonial dream. The basic colonial premise being that the developing world is designated to become the factories for the production of value goods at the cheap that will enhance the quality of life in the developed world, that is the Western world. This was carried forward and introduced to Sri Lanka as well, where shirts produced at $5 were sold at $50 and $75 in the developed world. This concept of colonial urbanization was ultimately embodied with the political will and enlarged to the extent of creating a special ministry to carry these concepts forward in a conglomerate referred to as megapolis. Books in a myriad of colors documenting and encouraging the concepts were produced, and existing holistic statutory regulations were tampered with. Unfortunately, the great master plan is for the benefit of, but to sustain somebody else. Sri Lanka is capable of producing is not capable of producing any industrial product cheaper than what India or China can produce it at. Therefore, there is hardly a point in competing internationally unless we are able to produce something so special that the world will queue up to purchase it. The talent is here. Unfortunately, a lack of opportunity, support, and a political will from those in power is a restricting factor. But as usual, we live in hope. Sri Lanka has no firm country vision that covers physical development as an evolution for the next 50 years, or where Sri Lanka would be in, say, 2070. Instead, it vacillates, strung on a totally unrelated, very poorly conceived series of 4-year political visions, only waiting to be thrown out with the next change of government. The recent COVID-19 epidemic has shown us a way forward. We cannot eat the products that roll off our factory lines, but the vegetables and fruits produced by our farmers were enjoyed by all, pointing to the fact that most Sri Lankans come from a farming background. The production of agricultural products using advanced technology and methods to feed the world may be a way forward, not in an arbitrary manner that decimates all the forests, the biodiversity, and the elephant corridors, something that COVID-19 has also given blanket coverage for in a silent implementation, but by engaging in careful choice and appropriateness, respecting the national regulations already laid down, ensuring all is scientifically researched and managed, by respecting, protecting, enhancing and improving the forest cover to ensure future water security and ensuring that the biodiversity in the forest is maintained. There is a need to create a new paradigm for valuing these exceptional resources and assets. A Sri Lankan value system that instead of following the theories developed in the UK and the US that places its sole purpose and focus on the development for profit. Instead of selling off and raping the precious resources, but to base natural resource valuation on traditional value systems that recognize the greatness, importance, and the dire need to protect these special resources and the natural forest environment for use and the benefit of future generations. The kings in the historic period even designated the highlands as Devyanga Rata, not to be used arbitrarily, but firstly to protect water security. Kings interested in Ayurveda planted the Arulubulu Nellip Calais in the hope that in the future someone may have use for the product. It was a totally unselfish act. We'll move on to the second part. The high-rise structure is it a political ego trip, a real requirement, or evidence of an inferiority complex? For more than 100 years, the skyscraper has been an object of fascination, experimentation, self-delusion, expansion, and destruction. With the development governed by an ever-growing world population, at the same time, under the threat of climate change, increased competition for land, cities will need to become more vertical, and skyscrapers can be an efficient way to multiply ground space. Many Sri Lankan professionals, having traveled abroad and seen the glass towers of Singapore and Dubai, are being enamored with what they saw. They have been excited and greatly influenced to introduce the same in Sri Lanka, totally disregarding the 2,000-year extensive cultural development that has produced a purity in the thought process that enabled the creation of a special architectural idiom. This short-sightedness has led to the creation of many high-rise structures, which has led to the destruction of Colombo, the garden city that originally supported a myriad of lifestyles and personalities. It has led to the promotion of a superclass and encouraged new developer-driven concepts to convert Colombo into a high-rise dead city, totally disregarding and eliminating the human element that is so important for a successful cohesiveness of a city. Colombo is being systematically damaged by the arbitrary placement of high-rise structures, usually in unplanned neighborhoods that are being allowed to spill over and spread all over the city. In sites where there was one house and parking enjoyed by one car, today there are in excess of 20, 40 or 60 houses and parking for 40 cars or more. But the road has remained the same, thereby increasing traffic congestion and adding to traffic jam. Many of these developments are without sewer line, inadequate water supply, and electricity. The human neighbors enjoying adjacent properties complain that they now have no pressure in their water lines. There are fluctuations in the power distribution, no access to fire hydrants, and even more limited access to an efficient city-wide fire protection entity that does not have the machinery and the equipment to access all tall structures. Even if the fire engines are able to answer a call and get through the traffic jam, they may not have ladders that reach the heights required. The placement of high-rise developments in the landscape needs, in addition, specialized study and care. The building envelopes should be studied first in a wind tunnel to ensure that the wind currents, especially during the high monsoon, will not cause problems to the adjoining structures. A major failure took place in Chicago when whole glazing panels were pulled out due to a negative pressure and flown away. In the case related to Chicago, all the glazing panels had to be redone differently at enormous cost, including many years of litigation. Permission for tall developments should be granted only after trials with varying wind speeds have been conducted and recorded. Additionally, no high-rise development should be permitted along the coast, especially in any concentrations, as it would deflect wind patterns, forcing the wind to react and penetrate in many an unusual manner. The original concept that tourist hotels on the coast should not be taller than a coconut tree to maintain human scale along the coastline has been forgotten. Additionally, developments along the coast are also subjected to heavy corrosion due to exposure to the salt atmosphere, which would affect not only the equipment, but also in the short time, the structure as well. Research shows that concrete has a life, and a limited one at that. Writing in the Architect magazine, Blaine Brownswell questions the myth of concrete durability. Steel reinforced concrete, the most widely used building product in the world, is inherently flawed. Unprotected steel corrodes. Standard practices dictated a shielding of the steel rebar and welding fabric with a layer of concrete to safeguard the metal from oxidation and degradation that would occur if exposed to the element. However, engineers in the USA are finding this method is inadequate, as evidenced from the number of deteriorating bridges and roadways in the country designed for decades of use that are now threatened by premature failure of reinforcement. According to The Guardian, 10 billion tons of concrete is poured every 2 years worldwide. Today it is more. The mineral industry of China, on studies done between 1990 and 2013, records that China has used more cement in that period than the USA used in the entire 20th century. Concrete is one of the world's most polluting. It accounts for 5% of man-made carbon dioxide emissions each year, not forgetting the disease silicosis from the breathing of concrete dust. Cement is only 10 to 15%. The bulk of it is aggregate or sand and crushed rock. Wikipedia states that sand mining is destroying the river courses and beaches. This form of mining is now increasing due to organized crime gangs and even associated with violence. There is also politics of concrete that binds politicians, bureaucrats, and construction companies. The party leaders need donations from building firms. State planners need more projects to maintain economic growth, and construction bosses need more contracts to keep money rolling in. The staff employed and the political influence is extremely high. The raw material availability is not limitless. We are running out of sand and even fresh water. We have to rethink and stop using so much of the stuff. Everyone recognizes that there is a critical role for concrete, accepting its shortcomings, and even seriously reducing the height and sizes of the structures we build makes a lot of sense. Marty Jackson of the University of California, Berkeley records that the Parthenon, built 1900 years ago, the largest concrete dome in the world, is not reinforced. So there is no iron to rust, expand, and spoil. Roman concrete was a whole lot greener than today's mixers. It gets stronger over time. Modern concrete shrinks, opening up tiny cracks that propagate and let moisture in. Roman concrete, made from volcanic ash instead of Portland cement, is actually self-healing as a crystalline binder form and prevents concrete from cracking any further. So not only would concrete made from volcanic ash have a much lower carbon footprint, it would last a lot longer. The concrete industry likes to say that concrete is recyclable at the end of its life, although almost 80% of recycled concrete ends up as fill material. The Sri Lankan building regulation does not address the eventual demolition of these structures. Are we leaving sufficient space around our buildings to permit it to be demolished without damaging others in the adjacent sites? This has to be considered, and even more space required, secured, and made available free of encumbrances when projects are approved. Sri Lanka has to prepare for this demolition today. According to Silica Safe, workers chipping concrete at sites have the highest level of respiratory crystalline silica exposure. Silica dust gets into the air during construction as well as demolition, during grinding, drilling, and other activities that come with concrete. A good reason to use less of the material. According to Susan Crowers Leonard, co-founder and director of the Making Cities Livable International Council, the construction industry is a powerful engine for fueling economic development. Tall buildings offer increased profits for developers. However, the higher a building, the more expensive is the physical construction, infrastructure input, and periodic maintenance. The group Making Cities Livable further states that small footprint shops and apartments in a fine textured urban fabric yield smaller profits spread out among many individuals and businesses in the community. Over centuries, this human-scale human fabric has proved to be easily readaptable to changing political and economic times, making the community resilient and durable. What happened to Sri Lanka, to Slave Island, is a case in point. A very special, vibrant community that sustained itself and lived peacefully for centuries has been removed and displaced by a development that is totally unsympathetic to the community and the immediate environment. Thus, the tallest buildings tend to be luxury units owned by global investors, mostly absentee landlords, who had nothing by way of a contribution to the local economy. Tall buildings inflate the price of adjacent land, thus making the protection of historic buildings and affordable housing for the impoverished classes less achievable. In this case, they increase inequality and destroys the basic need for inclusivity in the city. Sri Lanka has not had major fires like the recent intense fire in Dubai or the famous fire in London 2 years ago. But we continue to use the same cladding material that enhanced the major fires in those countries and hope the fire department has the personnel and the sophisticated machinery with the capability to fight any eventuality. In most countries, with a strong, serious, and mature planning regime, the services inputs are put in place first and the development follows subsequently. Sri Lanka never saw that process in a comprehensive master plan. Dubai was similar. The development happened and preceded the services inputs. Today in Dubai, large developed areas do not have sewers. The night soil is collected in tanks located in the basements of these sewerless buildings. In the early morning hours, long rows of sucker trucks queue up to collect the night soil to be transported to a dumping ground far in the desert. Unfortunately, this process is not always followed. Some truckers are known to dump the material into the rainwater discharge manholes, leading to complications. And the polluted material gets deposited in the sea close to the tourist resorts, rising fears of contamination and disease spread. This phenomena was observed about 10 years ago. It is hoped that some action has been accomplished towards a more comprehensive solution since. The UK decided after years of study that many of the high-rise residential blocks built in the 50s and 60s did not function anymore. They were defunct and were misused, neglected, unmaintained, and were converting to slums and exploding as pockets of violence. The cities that braved these structures have begun to demolish them. 70 years later, after British cities to experience declared many of their high-rise housing developments as failed experiments in the mid-2015s, instead of learning from others' mistakes, Sri Lanka commenced building high-rise structures even as projects suitable for slum rehabilitation. Questions that we ask include: how are these neighborhoods planned? How is the density determined? Are they based on social studies? Are the relocated people's point of view taken into account? These unfortunate occupants, who are possibly daily wage earners, whose buying power is related to purchasing small quantities for daily use, must find living in these ivory towers extremely difficult. So much for ensuring inclusivity in the city. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio has recently introduced a ban on glass-clad buildings in his city. Simon Sturgis, advisor to the Greater London Authority, the GLC, and the chairman of the RIBA Sustainability Group, believes that London should follow suit. Glass facades have a short lifespan, only about 40 years. So the impact of their embedded carbon is significant, especially as the building's glazing is nearly impossible to recycle and inevitably necessary to be replaced. Sturgis further states that the greater consequence is that these glass facades have a heavy need for air conditioning. It should be noted that 14% of total global energy use stems from air conditioning, as the heat captured and retained in the building interiors by the glass curtain walls is significant. If the building is incorrectly oriented, the added exposure to the direct sun on the east and west facades, especially in the tropics, may be excessive, especially as the tall structures falls vertically into the sky. A question that may be asked is, how could high-rises possibly sprawl as they make up little actual land? The sprawl is when something is built inefficiently and takes up too much space. With high-rises, they take up too much vertical space for something that could be achieved with a much less height. A recent study in Melbourne concluded that the whole of Melbourne could be accommodated in a 4-storied building without resorting to any high-rise. Contrary to public opinion that imagines that high-rise must be sustainable because they allow for so much density, Patrick Condon of the University of British Columbia says that high-rise buildings are not green at all. He says high-rise buildings are subject to effects of too much sun and too much wind on their all-glass skin. Glass is inherently inefficient. Glass is simply not good at keeping excessive heat out or desirable heat in. In Canada, high-rises use twice as much energy per square meter as mid-rise structures. However, Condon further states that high-rise buildings are less adaptable or readaptable than high-rise structures, therefore are inherently less sustainable. Paris is a good example of sustainability. With no building taller than 100 feet, it supports continuous retail activity along the street, making every neighborhood walkable and human-friendly. Architect Jan Gell, who studies high-rises related to the streets they stand on, states that anyone living over the fifth floor are not part of Earth anymore because they cannot see what is going on the ground, and the people on the ground can't see where you are. Meaningful contact is possible only from the first few floors in a multi-story building. Between the third and fourth floor, a marked decrease in the ability to have contact from the ground floor can be observed. This does not take into consideration the multi-storied car parks, the underutilized platforms on which many of these developments stand on, completely obliterating any contact with the floors above. You can't even see the whole building unless you're in another high-rise. According to Gell, a city is best viewed at eye level. Sure, the views from a high-rise can be stunning, but you aren't able to see people in a way that allows for connection, because it's not as easy as walking out of your front door. People who live in the upper floors of high-rise change as people, and they're less likely to leave their houses. This separates people from the outdoors, the city, and from other people. What high-rise does is it separates large numbers of people from the street. So we end up with a city that is detached from street life. We end up with a city that is based on enclaves and gated communities, says urban planning expert Michael Boxton. How inclusive is that? Walking through a traditional urban neighborhood, we see the faces of people. We can see personalized details of the doors and windows. It is different when you walk through a high-rise neighborhood. You cannot see any of these in most of the building facades. You lose sight of human scale. Today, the people of Colombo look up with alarm as the UDA allows building heights of up to 40 floors and more in such questionable places like historic neighborhoods, all in the same density. The effects of high-rise on mental health has been researched and documented. Psychologist Daniel Capone, writing in the Canadian Journal of Public Health, states that high-rises keep children and the elderly from getting the exercise, that extra effort it takes to go get outside, and encourages them to stay at home and flip on the TV. High-rises also deprive people, and especially children, of neighborhood peers and activities. Capone believes that the level of alienation and isolation has been proved to negatively impact health and even shorten people's lives. These conditions increase with the height of a building. Instead, it is possible to satisfy economic needs for high density per land acre, which in itself is not likely to produce ill health, by restricting height and redistributing spaces in terraced human scale fashion, supporting social confluence and relationships. These high-rise structures are not people-friendly, as they have destroyed whole communities by inducing them to forfeit the land they occupy, with it the inclusive quality of the city. They intensify class differences and generate gated communities of expatriates and absentee landlords who contribute very little to the local economy, as they are served by expensive shopping malls and supermarket chains that have in their very creation destroyed the corner shops and the people-friendly streets. Street-side retail and safe human-scale streets are the cornerstones of inclusive cities. The need for high-rise buildings run contrary to the inclusivity of a city. It is a political and bureaucratic inferiority complex. Others have done it, so Sri Lanka should do so as well. A closer study of high-rise buildings in other such cities show that they have been carefully thought out. They follow a pattern. The pattern tightly follows the services infrastructure already in place or proposed. There is no arbitrary placement of high-rises anywhere as seen in Sri Lanka. Arbitrary placement is based on a search for land availability and not to an urban plan. It actually is urban speculation. The need to understand and harness wind penetration and wind movement the overall effect of climate change, the need for sun shading and shadow, landscaping and appropriateness of construction material is also arbitrary. According to Rem Koolhaas, high-rise buildings are designed on computers in less than a week. In the context of this overdevelopment, the traditional architectural values, the composition, the aesthetic, the balance is irrelevant. Construction has left architecture apart. We get on to part 3, which is the copycat approach to urban design and development. Many buildings in the developing world have relatives in other cities, sometimes distant cousins, sometimes siblings, sometimes twins. Consultants, especially foreign ones, at times use examples they have already executed elsewhere or use adaptations to produce their solutions in the shortest possible time. Many of these are easily recognizable. China, in its early phases of development from the 1990s, went one step further. They produced copycat cities, a phenomenon never seen or experienced before. This mimicry, these new developments, are now referred to as duplictecture. Bianca Bosco, author of the book Architectural Mimicry in Contemporary China, states, "Some might argue that it is tacky, but at the same time it is cool in a country where there used to be a lack of choice, that people can now choose a vacation on the same island in a Venice or a Paris, and they never have to leave China. Thanks to global media attention, tourists from around the world now flock to see these Western-style cities, thus for their novelty value. Disneyland and the casinos at Las Vegas indulged in similar attempts, but never succeeded in achieving the sheer scale of the Chinese examples. The ban on copycat architecture is no surprise. In China, it follows a directive to that effect laid down 4 years ago. In the new statement released on April 27, 2020, the Chinese Ministry of Housing and Urban Development issued strict prohibitions on public architecture that plagiarizes, imitates, and copycats existing designs. The country's government says that buildings must reveal a city's culture and that copies should be avoided in favor of original design. It is hoped that policy will inspire a new era of Chinese architecture that draws on the country's own heritage while looking to the future in order to strengthen cultural confidence, exhibit the contemporary spirit, and display Chinese characteristics. China will also restrict the construction of super skyscrapers. New skyscrapers in China will have to meet strict fire protection, earthquake resistance, and energy serving guidelines. We have made a proposal to a previous government that all public buildings in Sri Lanka should reflect a contemporary evolution from the tradition. They should be Sri Lankan buildings and not be examples of copycat designs drawn from elsewhere in the world. Unfortunately, we never even had a reply. The invitation here is not to develop pastiche, but buildings that have evolved from a deep understanding of the tradition, that respected and responded to the vicissitudes of a unique cultural fabric and climate. This is something the university should take on board with some pride and seriously rethink a way forward, away from the Google, Facebook, and Photoshop, the easier methods being adopted presently, to eventually evolve a totally Sri Lankan approach to urban planning and design, a paradigm we can all be proud of. We now move to part 4, the all-important urban public space. A public space has economic, symbolic, social, and use values. Rem Koolhaas, architect, who has been responsible for many high-rises in different parts of the world and rose to fame largely for a book, Delirious New York, that celebrated New York for its density and crowdedness, has now turned his attention to the less inhabited spaces. He states that in the last 20 or 30 years, cities have become gathering spaces for relatively affluent people and tourists, he says. There has been a drastic transformation of cities that we didn't really pay enough attention to. To him, the gathering of more than 50% of the world's population into metropoles that occupy 2% of the world's land mass was a problem long before anybody knew what, what the phase social distancing meant, referring to the present coronavirus. According to Koolhaas, for creativity, interaction is the key. It is impossible to achieve anything in complete solitude. While it may be accepted that creativity develops out of human interaction, a process impossible to complete in solitude. In Sri Lanka, especially where there is a necessity to focus on developing creativity and encouraging innovativeness in the next generation, a radical change in the education system is absolutely essential. This will only happen if we change our education systems from the inception, starting from preschool to teach children to think and not only to get through exams. There is a need to give students more time to interact with their peers. Teachers also need to be innovative. Students should learn to think out of the box, a process only possible if the concept of tuition is eradicated and people, including students, are encouraged to interact with each other, to meet and play in conducive environments like public urban spaces. Today, the new generations growing up in apartments may not even see a blade of grass unless it becomes an expedition of discovery. Ramesh Kuri records that the social and urban process that occurred in the last century promoted some changes in the concept of the urban public space. There is a need to buy back this urban public space. So Govia and Daskal argue that it is necessary to understand this space not only as a broad and complex area of the city, but also as the everyday neighborhood territory. The overdevelopment criteria that rob the city of the need for its all-important public space. The importance of this space has been systematically lost with the arrival of marketable securities and the materialism of postmodern society. It has been an effect. It has also had an effect on the current architecture. The new architectural idioms that embrace the high-rise development, especially as it isolates the streets from the building, completely eliminated the public urban space that promoted human interaction. In an era where rapid urbanization with increased population density presenting challenges, the importance of public spaces for city dwellers to socialize, to interact, share culture, and simply to move through cannot be overestimated. Public spaces have the power to connect people and cities. Public spaces that encourage people to stay and interact is known to make streets safer. According to a recent study by MacDonald and Drummond, what is more, we must not forget that as a primary, the anthropological and political needs of people to meet and talk, the public space meets this need, or traditionally, it would have never played an important role. Today, the public space is a forgotten element, is the most obvious expression of social and political decline. It is a physical space abandoned. The problem generated by this forgetfulness focuses on crowded cities materializing in high levels of urbanization, showing a process of an urbanization of poverty. This phenomenon generates informal settlements that are nothing more than unplanned urban patches, thus poor solutions for the inhabitants. As a result, the new communities' premature composition suggests a residual space system, much as future containers for poverty, violence, illness, and vulnerability. The problem generated by the prominence and power given to the ever deteriorating metal monster, which is also referred to as the vehicle, its road widening schemes, the roads and pavements took precedence over all public space. The impervious paving in the form of pavements sealed and kept rainwater away from the roots of the trees that originally demarcated the boundary of the road. These trees are also essential for shade in the city. What a city needs are public spaces that are accessible, not necessarily only as jogging tracks, that enclose glass areas sealed off and designated as no-go areas. Today, these exposed pavements act as heat soaks, increasing the overall heat accumulation within the city. According to the United Nations source, the absence of city planners' coordination together with the continued growth of population and its wealth makes city traffic the main concern to solve. It is evidence of their inability to recover the city and more significantly to recuperate the public space. In addition, public transport systems are inefficient and chaotic. In response to these issues of rethinking of urban traffic rises to the construction of new arterial networks, the metros, with no acceptable opportunity costs. In addition, some mega facilities are proposed. These proposals are not a good solution because they induce the activities dispersion from the construction of shopping malls and leisure sub-centers on the periphery. As Rem Koolhaas in his text Junk Space states, all these result in waste spaces, areas within the city that are missing or abundant. He calls them non-spaces, the shopping malls, the precincts, and the leisure spaces. Paul Attention, writing for the City Fix, concludes that cities depend on each street and park to a place that people want to be in to inhabit. Our impressions of a city are formed mainly by the quality of its urban spaces. Good planning of these spaces should be the rule, not the exception. Streets are the faces of a city. They are where everything happens and where community lives together or lives together in harmony. The quality of these public spaces alter the value of land around them, promoting a series of social and economic impacts. People are usually attracted to spaces where they feel comfortable and with a sense of belonging. The need to create a vibrant, healthy community and prioritize sustainable transport leads to cities to rethink and redesign streets for a future where public space and residents are treated as a priority in urban planning. Bill Hiller, Professor of Architecture and Urban Morphology at the University of London, suggests that these interactions in public spaces create a virtual community which is noticed when co-presence leads to interaction, communication, and transaction. On the other hand, beautifully designed public spaces in the wrong locations with poor connections to retailing, transport, and public amenities remain unused and empty, while the creation of new public spaces is often a feature of regeneration schemes. Design alone cannot produce places that become liked and well used. The failure of the floating market in PETA is a good example. The success of a particular public space is not solely in the hands of the architect, urban designer, or town planner. It relies also on people adopting, using, and managing space. People make places more than places make people. If we follow these simple guidelines that have been gathered from many sources, we will eventually end up with a city that is inclusive of all its citizens. Thank you.
Presenting on the topic Evidence-Based Research for Urban Design in Sri Lanka and Other Developing Countries, a comparative analysis, is architect Dr. Janaka Vijayasundara, who is a lecturer at the University of Moratuwa and principal architect at Design Plan Associates.
The given topic for the CPD event is fundamentals of national physical planning policy and the way forward, and how social justice can be brought to the production of space in the city. So I find here that two different areas, particularly one The first one, National Policy Planning, talks about basically the macro and large type of development aspect, whereas the social justice, the production of the space in a city, talks about some the detailed aspect of the urban space. So I find there's two different directions here, even though that I'm supposed to be given some experiences on the research in the urban design field, particularly evidence-based research. So anyhow, I'll try to focus into the area that I'm supposed to talk. So we know that basically the great cities are defined by their public spaces. Basically, they anchor socio-economic activities and help to define the unique qualities of the places and also the users. So the socio-cultural aspect and also expanding infrastructure, existing legal framework, concurrent technology, etc., is important, and that will help to create the built environment. So in that context, the meaning of concepts such as public space, democracy, and community are continually being redefined in the practice of urban design and urban development through lived experiences. Therefore, sense of place is fundamental to everywhere, in every city, every neighborhood, community that is recognizable distinctively by the inhabitant. So, so basically, the public spaces that we make for the community should be felt by the community that they are empowered and important. They are part of the space and part of the urban structure that we are created. Therefore, it's still questionable that how much effectively that this community-based, community felt urban places can be created in the context of large development projects and also large city planning project scenarios. So first, I would like to begin with story of cities that was the war wage for the values. We know in 1950s, the middle of 20th century, there had been a war between these two kind of people, very strong characters, particularly in the works in New York City, at the time that New York was to be replanned, rebuilt, redeveloped. So one side was Robert Moses. He was a towering political figure at that time, and he has a lot of imaginations, and he was imagining a city with a more car-centered, car-focused place with massive highways and so on. On contrary, onto the other side, it was Jan Jacobs, who was a journalist and also who saw the importance of the small-scale neighborhoods, the social setups there, and pedestrian-friendly streets, pedestrian-friendly and people-friendly places, and that is considered as essential to the health of the city. So this conflict, these two characters went on for a certain time, and finally we understood that there's no clear winner actually in this exercise, but later, once Jane Jacobs moved to Toronto, that she has done more experimental works, and also particularly in her writing and in kind of journalist life. So what we experienced at that time was the huge mega type of project with highways that was cutting through the main cities, particularly the character areas, and sweeping out of these settlement that has a lot of character and sense of place and also the community bond, etc. So that was a key thing that discussed. Particularly, we know that the Manhattan Highway that is with 10 lanes were planned at that time, removing around 450 houses or inhabitants in a very nice and very homogeneous kind of area in the city. So this is the case that we learned from the Western, say, decades ago. But it is also something that we should look at in our kind of developments, city developments, where how we can, how we don't follow the same mistakes that had been experienced centuries ago or decades ago in other countries. So it would be something that we want to look at, that how the transformation versus redevelopment happened, particularly focusing Colombo. Also, we know that some of the character areas like Slave Island had been drastically changed during last half a decade or a decade time, where the key buildings that had been there had to be removed or demolished, finding way for the new development. But the question is that what we get out of this to the public realm. So the central idea here is the public space creation. So therefore, how much we have done into this area. If we look at some of the examples happened in central part of the Colombo, particularly the modern development, the most recent developments with upscale, high rank kind of development, that we see that the public space, particularly the street, has been completely changed, especially in and around port as well as the Gold Face area. That what we see is that the streets were not much kind of interesting for people to walk. At the same time, one can say that we can retain the facade, or we can reconstruct the old building. But if you look at from the same vicinity of the Save Island that was reconstructed, for example, Castle Hotel, we know that it is completely different to what was there, and it is questionable whether why we should reconstruct it if the idea is not there, that is the public, the presence of the public, and also the memory and also the character of this area, and all historical kind of feelings that were attached to these building structures as well as streets and so on. So at the same way, currently we experience some issues related to pedestrian versus motorists. So some of the roads, majority roads that is being reconstructed or expanded, seems that public space is completely forgotten. And recently, I have experienced some street in Nugegoda Mirhan area where the previously, at least people had area, the shoulder area, gravel area where people can walk, knowing that none of the vehicles is coming into them because of the level cap. But now it is done into the same level from one end to the other end, leaving only the drain covers for people to walk. So I think this some way that communicates to us that public presence is not considered at all in these busy commercial streets when these road developments were taken. It is just the car-oriented looking places that we see. At the same time, if you look at the pandemic's impact on our life and cities, It is not something new. Since 19th century, we know that the modern urban sanitation systems were introduced when they fight against to the cholera during the industrial, the changing of the cities, and so now, if you look at the current situation, here still we are experiencing the most dangerous kind of time that COVID-19 pandemic impacts on our urban life, and also we know that it is not much very clearly understood, but we all were concerning about that to get rid of this crisis and how to make cities physically, socially, and healthier wise uh, in a better way for future generations. So the previous we were thinking that these the urban design will make people to be together and the close kind of entertaining situations, and people should connect to each other, meet each other, and respond each other. And that was the ideas, that concept that we had been working throughout. However, recently we are talking also about social distancing. So how to make sure that people are segregated, people are away while they were doing the activities. So some of the situations we know that there had been some markings on the floor, there had been fences in between spaces, there had been glass walls or glass partitions between people. So this is a new area that we had to look into looking at the current situation. We also know that it has impacted on our commercial life, where people earlier had places to work, but since nobody is coming, that they have to work in different way, mostly through say internet and other online activities and so on. At the same time, if you look at some of the less privileged cities or the settlements in cities in our context, particularly India and so on, that we know that lockdown situations has created them a huge issue getting their services, whereas the privileged people are able to get their services through various deliveries and various other methods. So therefore, there's something that we need to look at, not for everybody that works, but there are other sectors that different methods to be find out. So with all these things, what we really see is that there's a need for us to today to engage with the new way of looking at the problems, as well as finding solutions by only understanding through the greater research or the detailed research and evidence-based research, where data are used and also various previous studies experience are to be used, and also all the decisions are made understanding them very well, and these decisions will be effective mostly to the public if the decisions are taken like that. So in this context, what we also see is that we have forgotten sometimes, particularly the modern developments, new developments, and also these what we call is that the upscale developments, where people on the street, people on the public space have been to a certain extent neglected, and how we can make the people and their habits, routines, actions, and needs for a higher quality everyday life more visible in this design process. So we know that in our context that people are using
public space for different activities, different recreational activities, on street leisure activities. We are talking about generally the some category of people on the street. Then how we can make sure that these spaces are fitting into them. We also understood through the surveys and various studies that some of the newly built public spaces are not functioning. No people are coming, whereas they still go to the very haphazard ad hoc places where they feel they are very much comfortable there, so they can enjoy those places. And how do we go back to the some of these approaches that we experienced in our olden days, that the city or the street can become a meeting place for people to engage with, as well as to improve their knowledge and also the wisdom. So we see that the streets become somewhat somewhat to a purpose only, where people come and buy and go, but whereas we can expect some additional activities and needs coming to these streets. So is there any way that we can develop a new growth model based on the streets? So there are examples that many other cities around the world, that the walkable neighborhoods are getting much attracted and also much demanded. So this is one of the ways that people will be kept in cities. Otherwise, they may go into the suburban areas. Is there any way that we can rediscover the human scale of cities, particularly referring to the old structures that we had been experiencing and having in our memories for centuries, or wherever the time that we live? So this is something that we should consider when the redevelopment happens, with different typologies and so on. So therefore, for all these, we need to have newer methods of obtaining data and situations and getting first-hand information from the people who use in the cities. So therefore, we have a data-driven urban future ahead. So many countries have tested and initiated various new methodologies, to advanced methodologies to explore the data. So we know that some industries have used these data for various marketing and so on to improve their products. At the same time, we expect that these data we can use for the city and urban design purpose. So one of the situations, we know that in 2003, when the Norman Foster and partners started redesigning the Trafalgar Square, where they obtained the data, complex kind of data from 170 observation points, surveying about 27,000 drivers in and around this area, to understand how people move around this place, and how to get on, how to get out, and how much time spending, and so on, so on. So we know that mobile phones track our movements all the time. Even you may be tracked by your location in your mobile phone. Therefore, this is one of the ways that we can actually look at realistically how people move in the city. Or additionally, we know parking sensors, congestion charge, various traveling cards, and so some other countries use them to yield the data about how and when people are moving around the city. Social media also records various things, as I mentioned. So,
one of the there are devices we can use at the same time, opportunities for urban designers to create places that are better attuned to the people who use them for better understanding and so on. One of the examples here I want to mention is that the real-time bomb project that was image depicting average cell phone use distributed in RAW. So this is during one particular time, that is Madonna's there's controversial Lie to Tell concert that was taken place 2006, August 6. There it is nicely say that during that particular period of event, how much and how people use the mobile phone in which part of the town and so on. So this is something that we can understand, that how much they are interested in what areas they are interested, and which part of the town people are more interested towards these kind of events and so on. So this can be done for any events, any other types, where to understand these people's feelings and so on. Then what people are thinking about the places, also that we can understand. There have been some researchers, some softwares have been developed to understand how and what people say about the place currently they are using. So then we know that when we look at these urban development, where some, for example, in London, where they have so many view corridors have been created. So studies have been done and shown that the number of view corridors, and also when planning these residential buildings or the apartment and so on. So this has to be happen in both ways. One is that in a way that pre-identified zones or areas that the apartments are promoted, expecting that future transportation route could be put along these. Secondly, once the transportation route is put, that we need to look at that future developments are focused into these areas. So what we found in Colombo last 2 decades or more than that, that there hasn't been any much considerations on that. The public transit it was not considered at all for these luxurious or semi-luxurious or middle income type or high middle income type apartment buildings. So only criteria was that land availability. Therefore, this is how we can look at the spec, because that will help that how these people come out and when they return to the ground, and then to create public space accordingly. So one of the studies that we did with the university in Canada, where we came up with the comparison of 5 cities, how in different elements. We found that in Sri Lanka, Colombo is not much into these sustainable guidelines for high-rise development possibilities in cities. So therefore, designing new towns or any urban development from scratch is a complete challenge. At the same time, improving the existing or restoring, reinstating existing ones as well. So in fact, we shouldn't do anything just based on what we feel, what we observe, our basic observations, but it is strongly recommended that we should go for the research. This is evidence-based research, and also
the data, correct data through analysis of the data that we receive is the only way that we can do better public space that is more appropriate, more recognizable, more useful for the people in the city. So therefore, this says that there are different type of data that we need for urban design. Whereas we have hardware data already like property rights, employment, traffic capacity, demographic data, and that we already know. But we don't use and we don't know much is the software, that use of street, how people respond to different climatic conditions of the day, how much happy people or how much well-being is there, feeling of safety, feeling of comfort, memory of the place, and relatedness to the place. So these are the difficult data that to get from the people, from the society. Therefore, it is something that very important that obtain these data and use them for decision making process in our development cities. Otherwise, quality of places that we create may definitely go down, not adequate. So it is something that we expect that we need to look at how designers will think in this process of changing cities or creating places for cities. So designers have to think more culture and society than basically the form of the buildings or the aesthetics and so on. So one of the projects that the academic project that we carried out is to see that rhythm analysis, using rhythm analysis as a research tool for urban design interventions. So we took a case study of Gold Fort that we did with the University of Leuven in Belgium and the Department of Architecture, University of Morocco, where we had long-term connection with this university since 2013, 2000 up to 2018 or recent time. And in 2015, the Urban Design Studio project was based on Gold Fort, where students were given opportunities and they are tasked to given a task for them to study various important places within the fort, considering that fort is to be further enhanced with the upcoming or the current activities, particularly based on tourism, where a large number of people were coming, and parking and distribution and the walking around places and using places seems to be much important thing. Therefore, basically they identified 5 to 6 locations, and these rhythms were studied throughout the day, stationing at different locations each of the time, observing people as well as the talking to people, as well as observing the vehicular arrangements there, and also various activities taken place within this place. So it is. We also look at that how and most visited places in Galle. So we took local residents, local visitors, as well as tourists, foreign tourists. So we found a lot of different answers. Some are telling, particularly local residents are a little bit sort of reacting in different way. The visitors, both foreigners and local, reacting much similar way. And also we done with mind maps to understand how people reimagine the place or the most memorable places and so on. So we get results out of them.
Then, so we actually synthesized all these data that we obtained through the rhythm analysis, and then finally came up into a kind of common understanding of the vision for the development in terms of various aspects that we identified, which may be important for the development of the force. So basically, it is final reflections were that so these fourth dimension, that is about the time, and the time also to be utilized or used, and so this actually to be, but I have just a brief about the use of rhythm analysis to obtain the data for the future development. So this is something that I would like to share with you, that our decisions strictly to be based on the sound and very much sensitive data, and we must come up with the new methodologies, ways of obtaining these data and analyzing to reflect what we decide on people is more appropriate and more correct and fair for them. Thank you very much.
For our next speaker, please welcome architect Hiranti Velendar, principal of HW Architects Private Limited.
Hello, I'm Hiranti Velendar, and today I would like to talk about inclusivity in cities. Cities are places that we humans create for our use, and it is very important in cities that we create the space, the civic space for people to gather. One of the problems of the modern cities are that the development, a majority of the development of modern cities happen through private sector development. And this is, I think, one of the critical problems of today, because private sector projects are actually set up so that maximizing profit for the developer. And in a scenario like that, and if it's a private property, or even if it is a lease property, most of private projects are set up to maximize the profit of the developer. So if we want to ensure that cities are divided equally for the public and the private sector, and that when cities develop, that there is the idea that the public has accessibility to such places, it is very important to acknowledge that there is a problem in the way that things are developing. So to resolve this, we need to, it's very important that you do it through legislation, because unless there is legislation, we cannot get the private sector to create spaces which are inclusive, where the public has accessibility. Now, when I say inclusivity, it is not, if you think of a mall, which is like the predominant type of building that is happening now, if you think of a big shopping mall, just because you have a set of shops doesn't mean that it is public space. When you create public space, it should not be hierarchical. It should be done in such a way that everybody, irrespective of class, should have accessibility. The problem with malls is malls are creating a very strong hierarchy. So only certain types of people are allowed in or welcomed in. by the architecture, by the way it is done, by the way it is set up. So it is very important that we have legislation where we have a system where it says public spaces are necessary for the city overall, and it should be done also with a vision so that when the regulations are drawn up or written out, a vision of the whole city, the entire city with the public spaces and spaces for public to gather is encoded and visualized, or rather visualized and encoded. And so that as projects develop step by step, the whole structure of the public realm and the private development can go hand in hand. And it is very important to do this because if you forget the public in the development of the city, you will find that sector by sector, the city will become exclusive, hierarchical, and will throw away the normal, ordinary person. And if you look at, for example, in the area of Colombo, Kolpiti, it's very clear that when you look at, for example, the way Gaul Road is, there isn't a single place which has a small kiosk or a small shop where you can walk in and have a cup of tea, and which is not a kind of exclusive cafe or exclusive dining place, or from the Bambalapitiya Junction right up to Goldface, that is how it is, and this critical thing must be thought of and brought into the structure of the city and in the way we think.
Finally, we arrive at the general overview for this segment presented by the President of Sri Lanka Institute of Architects, Architect Planner Veranjan Kurukula Surya. Architect Kurukula Surya is also a specialist on urban planning, designing and heritage, and is also involved in the Strategic Cities program by the Urban Development Authority.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. The section I'm going to cover is the National Physical Planning process and the content. My involvement in preparation of the National Physical Plan is from the very beginning to the latest plan. The provision in the Town and Country Planning Ordinance number 13 of 1946 to prepare a national land policy was amplified, and a precise procedure laid out in the Amendment Act number 49 of 2000. This was again a result of the recommendations of a committee that included, among others, Architect Planner Surath Wickramasinghe, Planner S.W.P. Bulankulame, and Planner Professor Ashley Pereira. I was fortunate to be the secretary of the committee. After the Amendment Act and the conversion of the Town and Country Planning Department to the National Physical Planning Department in 2000, the preparation of the National Physical Planning Policy and Plan commenced. I was again at the fortunate position of Director Research of the NPPD and was thoroughly involved, and we came up with a draft in 2003. Political differences at the highest levels interfered, and it was shelved at the draft stage. We revived the efforts again in 2005, and the policy and plan were finalized under the direction of Planner Lakshman Jayasekara and duly approved by the National Physical Planning Council in 2007. We initiated revision to the plan in 2015 with me as the Director General, and after my retirement and at the request of the new Director General, Architect Planner Dr. Jagat Munasinghe, I was fortunate to get involved in the revision activities that culminated with the approval of the revision in 2019. I consider myself exceptionally fortunate for getting the opportunity to get involved throughout. The National Physical Plan is obviously a micro level plan, and as such, its provisions are to be interpreted in a wider context. It covers the international oceanic zone also, which is part of the territory of Sri Lanka. It takes into consideration the emerging Trans-Asian highway that has come to Sri Lanka's doorstep. And then, when it refers to Anuradhapura Metro City, it refers to the Anuradhapura Metro City, the boundaries of which would be defined in a regional plan of the area. You will notice how the idea of the Anuradhapura Metro City in the national plan was refined with the boundaries precisely identified in the North Central Regional Plan in 2010. Then again, the national plan, which would identify projects, those are of national or international significance. These would include expressways, airports, etc. It would also identify tourism development areas, but would not work out the number of hotel rooms required. This sketchy nature of the plan has sometimes been shown to be a weakness, but it has always been left for relevant authorities to work out by responding to changing circumstances. The National Physical Plan is generally silent about the implementing mechanisms. An effort to institute a mechanism in 2011 failed because there were too many relevant agencies and coordinating among them was a Herculean task. The latest plan proposes a dynamic system of monitoring which includes whistleblower groups to abort activities those violate the national plan. Regional planning committees chaired by Chief Secretary of the province will prepare the regional plan conforming to the national plan, and the Chief Minister will present it to the National Physical Planning Council. In turn, the local authorities and the UDA will prepare local plans conforming to the regional plans. The process of preparing a national physical plan is given in the Town and Country Planning Amendment Act. It is of significance that this amendment was passed unanimously by a parliament that was deeply and violently divided just a week ago over a proposal for a new constitution. It must be appreciated that the process encompasses all levels of government at national and provincial levels. When the minister publishes an order in the Gazette requiring the NPPD to prepare the plan, it proceeds and prepares the draft that is submitted to the Technical Advisory Committee, consisting of representatives of professional institutions, specialists in physical planning, water resources, etc., UDA, and a few government agencies. We should be happy that from the inception, Architect Planner Dr. Lochana Gunaratne was the chairman of the committee. Once the draft plan is cleared, it is submitted to the Interministerial Coordinating Committee, consisting of the secretaries of key ministries and the chief secretaries of all provincial councils and some government agencies. At this point, the draft plan gets into the hands of all departments under these ministries, and they would verify whether the provisions in the plan conflict with any existing plan or whether any changes are required to any piece of legislation. If so, the plan is either amended or a provision to amend such legislation is included in the plan. The next step is to submit the draft plan to the National Physical Planning Council, chaired by the President, and includes all the key ministers as well as the chief ministers of all provinces. At this point, the plan receives the final approval with or without amendments and becomes law. The contents of the National Physical Plan of 2007 identified two environmentally fragile areas, the Central Hills and the coastal areas. A protected area network was established, which included forests and archaeological sites. 5 development regions named metro regions were identified in the north, north central, west, south, and east, in which metro cities were identified. Rural settlement areas were identified. The communication routes were also indicated. The contents of the National Physical Plan of 2019, in essence, did not alter the structure. Priority highways were identified. However, some expressways were to be considered after 2030. Electrification of railways was also envisaged. The area above 1,500 meters was indicated as a special sensitive area. Unfortunately, some misconceptions regarding the National Physical Plan of 2019 were circulated among political circles. These were mere misinterpretations of some politicians to further their political aspirations. Thank you.
As we approach the end of this session, we would like to once again note that we have uploaded the respective presentations for each and every presenter. There will be an opportunity for the SLI membership to listen, view, and digest the content before the subsequent Q&A session, which will include all the featured presenters together, allowing the chance to extend and discuss ideas, views, and comments. We look forward to meeting our members on this session. Finally, on behalf of the SLIA, we extend our appreciation and thanks towards the CPD committee members, the staff of SLIA, and all other participants and contributors. Thank you.